high in this, huh? Interesting. Okay. Shout out to everyone right now. We are going to begin our live stream. So here we go. All right. Let's get this thing cracking. So, all right. We're going to get started in about 30 seconds to be exact, okay? 30 seconds. 25. 23. 15 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, here we go. So here's a couple of things you guys need to understand about the UFC, right? Number one, the prices are still going to go up, even though there are no more pay-per-views. Oh, you think there's going to be no more pay-per-views? Check this out. Let's say Conor McGregor fights. Let's say John Jones fights. Let's say Paddy Pimblett, who will become a champion. Let's say if he does become a champion, he fights, right? It's a big deal. And they're going to want to be compensated for that. They're going to want to be compensated for a Conor McGregor fight. Look at it like this. Imagine if Conor McGregor was to headline the White House, which is a great possibility because who else are they going to bring out, right? With the type of schedule that everybody has going on, not everybody is going to be able to join the White House card in due time. And what exactly do I mean by that? Well, for example, you have Sean Strickland right now who says that he does not want to fight at the White House because he says that it's like being in the Epstein Island or something, or performing in front of people that were in the Epstein Island of some sort, right? So that's his perception on this particular matter at hand, right? You have Brandon Royval, who says that he doesn't want to fight in the White House because his reason being is because of the fact that it's like as if he's performing in front of Game of Thrones type of people, right? Or not Game of Thrones, Hunger Games. Hunger Games as the way that he would describe it. So not everybody is going to be on this card, right? And also, the other people that are not going to be on this card, okay, are the people that perhaps could get injured sometime in between now till June, right? So that's a great possibility. So you guys have to understand the realities of Paramount right now. Okay, here's another thing that we need to talk about with Paramount, right? Paramount talks about how, okay, this is a $1.7 billion deal, right? So in other words, every fight that they have going on has to be a blockbuster fight, or has to be a fight that primarily catches the attention of many people around the world. So in other words, you have somebody who's undefeated like Renat Fakhretdinov, who they had decided to cut for whatever reason. Now, what was the reason that they had decided to cut Fakhretdinov? Well, the reason is because of the fact that, well, let's just be honest about this, right? They feel that he is not exciting enough for whatever that means. The guy just came off of a TKO win. But prior to those fights, you could probably argue that, all right, maybe they weren't as exciting. And then, of course, the people who are anti-Dagestanis are going to look at this and say, oh, look at this, man, you know, this is great. You know, now the sport is becoming like a real fighting sport again because we're getting rid of people that are quote-unquote boring. Let me tell you something, right? The pendulum swings both ways. You understand what I mean by this? What I mean by this is the fact that your favorite fighter, okay, whether Dagestani or not, could be affected next. So you better believe it. You better believe that there's a world and a reality where that could be the case. So please understand that, okay, you know what? They took out Fakhretdinov. They took out Muhammad Mokaev. Now, Muhammad Mokaev is a completely different story, right? Obviously, he was an exciting fighter. He had a good following. The only difference is that he was sort of a menace behind backstage for whatever that's worth, right? He was a menace. They couldn't control him. He got into fights. He was rude to the staff. At least this is from the accounts of people that are in the UFC offices, right? That is a reason why they had decided to get rid of Muhammad Mokaev. Now, here's the thing that I'm really concerned about with the UFC, right? Is the UFC going to become a competitive architecture, or will it become a haven for entertainment, sport fighting? Okay, let me say that again. Is it going to be a competitive architecture? Is it going to be a haven for sports entertainment fighting? What is sports entertainment fighting? Well, obviously, sports entertainment is usually correlated with the term that you put for, let's say, professional wrestling, right? So with professional wrestling, it's fake, it's staged. But what about real fighting? Well, nothing is staged about this fighting. They can't control the outcome, but the producers, the the president of the UFC, Dana White, they could put on something to the effect of, let's say, having a very entertaining fighter that they can market, another entertaining fighter that they can market, and maybe a storyline that goes along with it where these two people are beefing with each other and now they have to settle the score and now they created a great story around it, right? So yes, it's not WWE, but you can stir the pot, you can create storylines, you can create motion that you wouldn't get if, let's say, all right, Armin Tsarukyan, for example, right? He's #1 in the rankings. Why did he not get this shot with Justin Gaethje or Paddy Pimblett? Well, I'll tell you why. He doesn't move the needle. On top of that, the UFC is a business. In other words, as content creators, right? Take this, for example. As content creators, it is our job to create something that you can trust on a daily basis, that you can trust on a weekly basis, that you can trust on a monthly basis. That is our job as content creators, is to create something that you can trust. You can trust that if there's not a busy day on my end, I'm going to wake up in the morning and do these live streams with you guys, right? That's a guaranteed. That's also a guarantee that you're going to see me on live streams for the fights. If there's a fight going on, I'm going to participate with my live stream and I'm going to be there. So that's the trust that we build as content creators with you guys, right? Well, what kind of trust does the UFC build with their audience? Well, their trust with you is to build the concept that, hey, you know what? We are a sports company that is going to provide you the best fights possible every time, right? And whether they're exciting or whether they're not as exciting or whether they are, let's say, right in a competitive architecture or just matchmaking for the sake of, let's say, creating Hollywood storylines, right? That is what you trust the UFC for. So going back to Armin Tsarukyan, why is he not getting the title shot? Well, he betrayed the trust of the UFC. You see, injuries happen all the time. No one should be punished for an injury that they did not cause. However, many reports have accounted for Armin Tsarukyan perhaps maybe faking the funk on this particular incident that took place in UFC 311. Where was it? UFC 311? Yeah, I believe it was. Let me just make sure of the number, right? What is UFC 311? Yes, it is UFC 311. So instead of Armin Tsarukyan, they brought in Renato Moicano, right? I mean, did Renato Moicano deserve it? No, but I tell you what, Renato has a following. He's got a good following behind him. A lot of people like him. MMA Guru endorsed him. He dissed MMA Guru in front of the world, only for him to come back and be reacquainted with MMA Guru again as some like his buddy or something, right? So that's what we have going on. That's what we have going on with Armin Tsarukyan. So he betrayed their trust, and now they can't just give him a title shot straight away. I tell you what, though. Let me tell you what they are doing. Okay, they're building Armin Tsarukyan up through this. Okay, can Armin Tsarukyan beat a lot of the 155ers? Of course he can. Look at his matchup with Islam Makhachev. That's the reason why we wanted to make that matchup at UFC 311 in the first place. Because we knew that if we were to have Renato Moicano, I'm sorry, if we were to have, what is this? If we were to have Islam Makhachev and Arman Tsarukyan fight on that day, there's a storyline behind it, right? Think about this. There's a storyline behind it. The storyline is that they fought each other already, and he gave Islam Makhachev the hardest fight of his life, and as a result, we got to make this matchup. Well, now, okay, that matchup fell apart because of a fake injury, so what does Arman Tsarukyan have to do? They got to build him up, right? Nobody can beat him at 155, okay? So they're going to continue to bring him up until, of course, somebody comes and topples him way before he can get a title shot. That's the reality of the UFC. So what happens when he gets toppled after that? Well, what happens is that, hey, you know what? Whoever that guy that beat Arman Tsarukyan, we're going to catapult him into the next level. Okay, we're going to catapult him into promotion-wise. You are the guy that beat Arman Tsarukyan, who faked his injury and is boring as hell, and the UFC can't market him. On the contrary, I think that Arman Tsarukyan can be marketed. You see, this is the problem that the UFC has, right? I think other boxing promotions sort of have this problem as well, indicative of, let's say, Terrence Crawford when he was with Top Rank, right? Top Rank was willing to let him go, which is insane if you think about it. Then here comes Turki El-Sheikh. What does he do? He goes and promotes Terrence Crawford. And all of a sudden now Terrence Crawford is a world international superstar, which he always was. But fighting Canelo and then bringing that fight with Canelo, and then obviously the Errol Spence fight, which was remarkable as well, remarkable performance, it stamps him in a new stratosphere, right? Whereas with Top Rank, they didn't know what to do with him. Just like with Arman Tsarukyan, they don't know what to do with Arman Tsarukyan right now. They don't know what to do with him. The reason why they don't know what to do with Arman Tsarukyan is because Arman Tsarukyan is a rich kid who really never struggled in his life. But here's the catch of it. That is what makes him very intriguing. You know who Arman Tsarukyan reminds me of? He reminds me of Ken Masters from Street Fighter. Do you know anything about Ken Masters, the Street Fighter character? If you don't know, it goes something as follows, right? The guy was a rich kid who wanted to fight. Ken Masters, the guy who trains with Ryu. So I guess you could say Khamzat is Ryu and Arman Tsarukyan is Ken Masters, right? They both have the same very similar styles, right? Ken Masters and Ryu both have very similar styles. Octopus with no friends says, so I don't understand what you're trying to say there, or I don't know, maybe you're a blood and you're trying to say zoo woo, or maybe that's what you're trying to say. I don't know what you mean by that, but please elaborate. So the question now is, will the UFC become an entertainment type of sport? Here's the answer to this. It already has been. Since day one, since November of 1993, the UFC has always been an entertainment sport. And now the only difference is that it is live and in your face and unapologetic about it. Indicative of letting go of undefeated fighters, indicative of the fact that they are giving people title shots that shouldn't be getting title shots, indicative of the fact that they are holding people back that they think is not marketable. Or maybe they're not doing a good enough job of marketing the athlete. But here's the thing about it, right? It is the athlete's job to promote themselves. And going back to the Terrence Crawford example, as much as I love Terrence Crawford, it was his problem when he was at Top Rank. He did not promote himself, and rightfully so. He didn't need to, right? He just wanted to be a country boy that shot guns, rode pickup trucks, live in Nebraska in the middle of nowhere, right, in his own private seclusion. And he never really wanted anything other than that. He just wanted to fight. He wanted to make money and wanted to make more money so that he can buy more guns for hunting or for recreational purposes. And then buying more pickup trucks for him to enjoy the adventures of the outdoors of Nebraska, right? That primarily is who Terrence Crawford is. But for whatever reason, that was not marketable. But it was upon him to do so, just like Armin Sarukian. Whereas with the UFC, they've always been an entertainment, promotional powerhouse structure, right? What do I mean when I said going back to November 1993? Well, obviously, it was a spectacle. UFC was a spectacle. What they promoted back then was blood, okay, and lack of structure, lack of weight classes, lack of uniform, lack of uniformity at that, because everybody was going in there with, you know, karate gis, looking like Ken and Ryu, as I just mentioned, looking like a sumo wrestler like E Honda in Street Fighter. I mean, it was basically the real life Street Fighter coming at you, and that is entertainment. Well, as the sport moved on, and they moved on to the cable era, they needed to create something different. So what did they do? They went into the reality TV world. Then came The Ultimate Fighter. And what happens after that? Then they have to move on to the next one. Now they move on to the pay-per-view era, right? George St. Pierre, Anderson Silva, John Jones, the super champion era. That is what they had to market. And then they marketed the idea that, oh, martial artists are these, you know, kind people that are all about respect and this and that. And the next thing you know, Chael Sonnen comes in, a new era ushers in a different type of ethos within the company. And then here comes Conor McGregor to follow up with Chael Sonnen. And now here we are in the new era of digital TV and post pay-per-view era of MMA. Okay, so Octopus with No Friends says, soup, brother. Okay, so you meant to say soup. Okay, good, good. All right, so I'll tell you where this particular live stream inspired me to do this, right? It's with Dana White. Dana White, I'm sorry, not Dana White. I'm sorry, MMA Joey. I'm looking at a picture of Dana White and MMA Joey's thumbnail right now. This is sort of what inspired me to talk about this, because I was like, okay, I see MMA Joey doing this. I think there's a couple of things I could add on to this as a result of the stories that are going on right now. So let's hear what MMA Joey has to say about all of this, right? Because obviously
$7.7 billion streaming rights deal with Paramount, which is set to begin in a couple weeks in 2026, starting with UFC 324. Everyone said, this is going to be great for the fans. This is going to be great for the UFC. This is going to elevate the sport as a whole. This is going to be better for fighters. They're going to make more money. I believe this is the beginning of the destruction of the UFC, and more important.
That's very interesting. He says this is the destruction of the UFC. Okay, so very interesting. Very interesting, right? The destruction of the UFC. Well, why? We mentioned it. It is because of the fact that, you know what? You're destroying the competitive architecture, but maybe it's not going to destroy the UFC. Maybe it'll elevate the UFC. It would destroy its aspect of, let's say, what do you call it? Competitive architecture, right? It will destroy the integrity of that. But I don't know if it will destroy the company. If anything, it will elevate it. It will destroy it in the eyes of the hardcore fans, because what MMA Joey is talking to you with right now is the perspective of the hardcore fans. So
the beginning of destruction of the sport as a whole, because Paramount vastly overpaid for the UFC streaming rights. And not only am I saying that, and I said that when this news was officially announced a couple months ago, we now have a multi-billion-dollar media company alluding to the same thing, which we're going to break down in a little bit. But now you have the UFC, which is guaranteed $1.1 billion per year in revenue. All they care about is, how can I get the best ratings? How can I put guys, oh my God, he went viral on Twitter?
There it is. That's really what it comes down to, right? Who can go viral? Who can garner the majority of the attention? That's what the name of the game is. It is, you know, an economy of attention. That's what we are dealing with here, right? So, all right, moving on.
Title shot. He's got Instagram followers, title shot. We need to protect him. We need to deny him a title shot. They're preemptively now cutting guys that they don't think.
As I mentioned to you about Fakrdinov, okay, Renat Fakrdinov, I mentioned to you about that.
Move the needle, regardless of how good they are. They're getting rid of them or not re-signing them because they want to protect who they deem are promotable, who they think can move the needle and generate clicks. So, we're not a sport anymore. We got $1.1 billion per year guaranteed revenue. Let's try to mail it in as much as possible. If you got Instagram followers, you can fight for a title. That's essentially what's going to go on now. And the UFC has already really shown their hand. And I know they were already heading down a slippery slope, but I really think it's getting worse. And we're going to break it all down in this video because we have a recent clip from Dana White at a press conference talking about the rankings. You might have already seen it. We're going to check that out. We also have, and I'll put this up on screen for a second, water so badly for the UFC.
Okay, so now MMA Joey goes into, let's say, talking about the shields of the company, right? Such as Daniel Cormier, such as Chael Sonnen. You can add Josh Thompson into that list, although he was sort of a shield for Bellator because he worked for Bellator for a while. But all right, let's hear what Daniel Cormier has to say, and Josh Thompson as well.
See? And I think it's pathetic and embarrassing, and it does relate to the Paramount deal. So we're going to check that out later in the video as well. But it's just sad, guys. I really do see the writing on the wall. I really do. They're guaranteed money. Dana White's going to mail it in. They're getting paid way more than they were getting paid from ESPN. They're still having Apex events. We're getting undeserved title shot after undeserved title shot after undeserved title shot. And also, you think, oh, Paramount, there's no pay-per-views. I mean, the UFC getting rid of the pay-per-view model, I think is amazing. I love...
Correct. But just like what I said, this is what I really cold-heartedly agree with MMA Joey is the fact that they will absolutely charge pay-per-view for the right fights. A John Jones fight, a Conor McGregor fight, maybe even a Khabib comeback, if that is even a possibility, which I don't think it is, but on a hypothetical, side of things, yeah, they would charge extra for something like that.
I love that the UFC is getting rid of the pay-per-view model. I actually love that UFC is going away from ESPN. I hate ESPN. ESPN hasn't fixed their app in ages. In ages, they haven't fixed their app. So I'm happy they're leaving. But it's just, love the devil, you know.
This is true. There's a lot of... yeah, man, there's a lot of, there's a lot of things wrong with that app. A lot of things wrong with that app. And they haven't fixed it. There's a lot of people that complain about, technical issues and whatnot. So, yeah.
No, because I'm terrified of what's going to happen. And I really think the writing is already on the wall. And I'm looking at some of the decision-making that's already being made. And I realize this is only going to get worse. The first two numbered events in 2026 are an absolute abomination and embarrassment. We're going to get to all that in a second. Let's start with this. The UFC has signed a $7.7 billion broadcast deal with Paramount to make Paramount Plus the new home of UFC starting in 2026. Fans in the U.S. will have access to all UFC content without pay-per-view model, making it more affordable and accessible to view the greatest fights on a massive platform. Again, I kind of went over this.
I also think the reason why they went into this, right? The only reason why they went into this is because they're losing a lot of pay-per-view stars, right? Conor McGregor is on his way out. If he has been out already, John Jones is on his way out. That's gone already. Khabib has been gone. You know, there's not a lot of pay-per-view stars left in the game, right? Obviously, Anderson Silva is very old now. He's back in boxing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, man, it's not the same as it used to be, right? So this is why they had to create, you know, this type of structure for that reason alone. But yeah.
Like this, theoretically, but I'm cautiously optimistic. And the more info we get, the more I start to get really questioning what's actually going to go down. First off, they're already raising prices in January of 2026, to my knowledge.
I mean, that's sort of standard for you to go and raise, you know, the prices on UFC, right? Considering that UFC is a new product coming into Paramount. By the way, Paramount, you know, has some pretty good shows. They got Mobland. Hold up. Let's take a look at some of the shows that Paramount has going on, right? Shows. Okay, let's see what type of shows they have here. So the popular shows on Paramount, Landman. I don't know what that is about. Okay, looks like something to deal with like oil rigs. The Agency. Okay, that looks fun. Looks like something about the CIA, obviously. Little Disaster. I don't know what that's about. The Stand. I don't know what that's about. Lioness. I don't know what that's about. Maybe it is a cop show. Billions. How about that? The guy from Homeland, right, who played Brody in Homeland, you know, is in Billions. That used to be a Showtime show. Mobland. Oh, man, that's probably the best show they have right there, right? Ray Donovan. They got Ray Donovan on Paramount. That's interesting. Yellow Jackets, don't know much about that. Tulsa King. SEAL Team. Okay. The Tudors. Okay. Sort of going back to the medieval days of England. Tracker. Why Women Kill. Wow. Okay. King of Bread. Shout out to you, King of Bread. Hello. How are you? Let me know what part of the world you are from. Criminal Minds. Sup. Let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. Lauren Mornin says hi. Hello. Good morning. And good morning to everyone out right now. USA. What part of USA, my man? I'm also in USA, Sacramento, California. Represent, to be exact. By the way, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. And Blue Bloods. Also, that's another show on Paramount. All right, so that is who the UFC is now affiliated with, right? They are affiliated with all of these shows surrounding Paramount, right? South Carolina. Okay, shout out to South Catalina. You mean South Catalina or South Carolina? Let me know. Where is South Catalina? Oh wow. Okay, so you're in California. Okay. So Catalina Island, is that where you are at? Catalina Island. So, okay, so you're a Californian. Okay, that's in Los Angeles County. You know, really? So, okay. No. Okay, so South Carolina it is. Okay, got it. Okay. Obviously home of the Marine Corps basic training, right, in Parris Island. You know, an area I'm very familiar with. So, shout out to South Carolina and everybody down there. Okay, so going back to MMA Joey and what he's saying, he says, I don't know how to spell. Okay, it's all right, no problem. I understand, you know, it's a little bit different with Southern education. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Shout out to the South. Love all of y'all, but, you know, just joking on that matter. But all right. So once again, what inspired me to do this live stream was this video with MMA Joey, right? And I've had a lot of thoughts on it, so that's why we're reacting to this right now. Let's hear more what he says about the UFC and why this is going to be in shambles, in my opinion, at least within the space of hardcore fans. Now, what are they going to do is probably attract more casual audiences to watch the UFC. At least that is my projection of what they are going to do in the near future.
I don't know if they've already raised them because we're almost there anyway. But don't be surprised. There's no confirmation on this. This is pure speculation on my part. I don't trust the UFC. First off, those monthly prices are going to shoot up. I don't know if it's going to be a yearly thing. I don't know if...
I told you guys that, right? That's exactly what is going to happen, right? They are going to raise the prices up because it's the UFC by the end of the day. So
eventually they're going to be, oh, an extra $3 a month, an extra $5 a month to add the UFC. But also, don't be shocked if you get like one or two quote unquote like premium events a year. So they'll call it something.
here we go. This is what I was telling you about right here, right? The premium events, the John Jones and the Conor McGregor fights, which they will charge you for regardless of your, yeah, you know. He says, guy looks like an 8 out of 10 on the most wanted list. Wow. Okay. Is that you're talking about me? Guy looks like an 8 out of 10 on the most wanted list. Wow. Okay. I would take that as a compliment to a certain degree. But why would you assume that I would be on, on a wanted list? Shout outs to everybody in Stockton 8th Street, by the way. Okay, for those of you that know anything about Stockton 8th Street, you know exactly what that is. Shout out to you, Joey. Thank you for the question there. But yeah,
Super events where they have like a John Jones, Alex Pereira, or a Conor McGregor fight, where they're like, oh, this is such a big event. We're gonna have to charge $30 for this event, which is still better than the $80 ESPN was charging.
he says, because you look like the people on that list. What do you mean by that? Do you mean because of my beard? Because I look like a jihadi, maybe, right, with a no mustache beard? I kind of get that a lot, you know, a combination of a jihadi and a Dagestani fighter, right? Which, by the way, is kind of good. It's kind of good for having an MMA page. I mean, if you want to have an MMA page, you know, you better look like some of the fighters that you are covering, right? So, you know, it's a good combination. But I have fought before as well. You know, I fought amateur Muay Thai. I've fought one MMA fight. And, you know, I've been training martial arts all my life. And I had decided I was going to continue my martial arts journey through MMA YouTube. And here we are talking to all of you wonderful people from around the world. So,
but don't be surprised if that happens. I'm calling it now. It will eventually happen. I don't know if it'll happen.
Hate Love, shout out to Hate Love. He with the 3-month subscription for my members only. By the way, check out my members only content, guys. Whenever there's a breaking news going on, like the Anthony Joshua stuff yesterday, right, you will be the first to hear from me. And then what I'm going to do with that video, that rough video that I'm going to do on the members only, I'm going to cut it up and edit it into a proper video, but you will be the ones to see that firsthand behind the scenes. That is what I'm going to offer you. So thank you, Hate Love, all the way from England, giving support to the channel. He says, Salam, brother, I'll be back in chat February. All right, man. So shout outs to you on that. I don't know what it is that you have going on, but yeah, shout out to you. He says, are you okay? Sudden hand movements are a sign of seizures. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm healthy as a horse. You know, I urge you to take a look at all my live training sessions that I do. Here's another thing, bro. You will never see a lot of MMA streamers film a live portion of their workouts, right? That's something that a lot of people are not willing to do because guess what? You could be very embarrassed. Me, I'm a highly athletic human being. I can jump boxes all the way high up to my chest right here while doing one-arm snatches with 100 pounds and then doing sled pushes at 600 pounds. I am a real super athlete. Okay, so please, stop it with all of this, crazy stuff you're talking about. He says, smoke alarm shirt, a Persian version. Yeah, I mean, once again, I think you're trying to throw some racial innuendos, and this and that. He says, so what are you talking about? Like, first of all, I don't think you understand camera angles, right? Like, I'm wearing, a very baggy, what do you call it? A very baggy, like, shirt, and this and that. I'm like, how do you figure that I'm that? And, you just don't understand camera angles. I have a flat stomach, for crying out loud. I don't even have a stomach all the way out to here. So I don't know what you're talking about with all of that. You're a clown, bro. He says, Persian, I may just ban you. Yeah, for real. You know what? Here, I'm going to give Hate Love as the moderator. He's going to Yeah, be the managing moderator in here. So there it is, man. You are the moderator. You do what you wish with him. Anyways, you're Persian. So there you go. He says, I need to troll this loser. Okay, so let's take a look at your page, right? Let's see how much about... Oh, of course. Of course. You got nothing going on. You don't have a picture, right? You have 6 subscribers, which are probably like your homies or whatever, or maybe one of it is your mom or whatever. But yeah, anyways, man, you're gone. You're gone up out of here. He says, don't ban me. He says, arrogant narcissist. How am I an arrogant narcissist? You know, you call me fat, but the reality is I'm really in shape. I don't even have a stomach, you know, on top of it, you know, and then he says, yeah, I don't need attention like a little girl. Well, here's the thing, right? You're the one trying to get my attention. You're talking about how you're saying that you don't need attention, but the reality is you're the one trying to get my attention for whatever reason, right? Maybe you see that the channel is, you know, is talking about something that's triggering you, or maybe, you know, this, that, or the other. Anyways, you're in the shadow realm. He says, greetings from Stockholm City, Sweden. Man, shout outs to Sweden, man. Shout outs to everybody in Sweden. Yeah, I don't know how you people come up with this. Listen, you know what the problem is? I think that, you know, the camera ain't... Look. Do I look at this. Look at this. Do I look fat to you? Do I look fat to you? Look at this. I have a flat stomach. Granted, I don't have, you know, like insane 6-pack or whatever, but I am an insane athlete, bro. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck are you calling fat? You idiot. You freaking idiot. I do workout sessions on this live stream. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about, man. Listen, you're an idiot, Persian. Okay, you are an idiot. He says, why the hostility? Why? Not towards you, Holy Cross. I don't have any hostility towards you. You know, you came up to me and said, you know, greetings from Stockholm, Sweden. I got love for the Swedish. You know, it's like... I got love for the Swedish, and I got love for everybody, you know, around the world. So, he says, bro, it's the camera putting a few pounds, but anyone with eyes can see that you're not fat, just a troll. So there you go. Yeah, you're gone up out of here, clown. You know what I mean? Like, listen, he says, yeah, he does crash out sessions on this stream. Well, there you go, man. TNFOTB. Shout out to you, my man. I've never seen you here before, but let me know what part of the world you are from, man. And I know there's a lot of people that watch that don't comment. I wish most of you would come out of your shells and, you know, comment, right? Look, I go to the gym, right? And I know people that watch my channel, you know, at the gym. And, you know, and they say, hey, man, you know, he says audio cutout. Hold up. You said audio cutout. Hold on. He says audio cutout. Hold up. No, there's no audio. No, there's no audio cutout. He says LMFO. I'm sorry. Yeah, I do crash out streams here because, look, if you do, he says, I can't hear my friend. The audio is good for me. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe... Yeah, sorry, Holy Cross. Yeah, if yeah, everyone's saying it's fine. I'm playing it right now. Cut out. Hold on. I'm playing it right now on YouTube. This is, yeah. Okay, so it's okay. It's good. It's good. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? You have to crash out on people, you know, a few times here, right? Especially when they say, you know, stupid things or this and that. Holy Cross says, oh, it must be on my side. Apologies. Yeah, no problem. No problem, my man. No, so what I was saying with TNF, right? TNFOTB. Usually, yeah, there's a lot of people that, you know, watch my channel, but, you know, I'll ask them, why don't you ever comment, right? People that I see live and in person, right? I'm like, yeah, why don't you come, you know, comment? He's like, I don't know, man. You know, I'm just, you know, either shy or just, you know, are not adamant in doing so, but... For those of you that comment, thank you for contributing to the page, of course. You know, I absolutely welcome that. So, all right, going back to MMA Joey.
In 2026, but it will not surprise me at all if you have the UFC charging for events again, where I guess they'll say, well, it was Paramount's call, because Paramount is paying them $7.7 billion over the course of 7 years. That's $1.1 billion per year. That equates to 25 million.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that happens to me too as well. Holy Cross. Yeah, he said it was my side. Bluetooth decided to unpair randomly. Yeah, it does that to me as well, right? Yeah, that happens. Yeah, the Bluetooth stuff. It's the Bluetooth. It gets really complicated sometimes. So
$1 million per event in 2026. Some of them, which we're going to talk about later in this video, some of them being Apex events. So you have Paramount paying $25 million for a dog shit Apex event. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. And I said initially.
Hate Love says, I used to comment a lot, but I've been online recently, and then you will be fed up with all my little comments as I got a lot of catching up to do. No, not at all, bro. I never get fed up with comments. In fact, I love them. One of my biggest live streams that I ever did was covering the Charlie Kirk shooting, right? And man, listen, it was a completely different day. I tried to read everyone's comments. I guess it was kind of preparing me for what the big times was going to be like. But, you know, once you get to the big times, it's going to be very difficult to read all the comments. So for all of you that are watching, for all of you that have, you know, been on my channel for a while, man, you better comment soon. Because once this page starts getting bigger and bigger, I'm not going to be able to read everyone's comments like that. But for now, I'm still at a sustainable pace right now where I can and am able to read everyone's comments as time permits. So
initially when this deal was announced as well, I believe there's a political component to that. We're going to break that down in a second.
How about this? There is a political component to this particular deal that Paramount has. He says, Mitch Owen, better answers. What do you mean by that, Toto? What do you mean by Mitch Owens, better answers? Who is Mitch Owens and why does he have better answers? Toto, what? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know who that is, my man. You gotta let me know, okay?
As well, I really do believe there is a political component to the fact that Paramount was willing to pay the UFC an absorbent amount of money, a ridiculous amount of money, which Warner Brothers called out. Warner Brothers criticizes Paramount for overpaying for sports rights like UFC in a rejection letter. So essentially, Paramount tried to buy Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers turned it down because they are...
Yeah, I don't know who Sahur is, Deed. Let me know who that is. He says, the Thunderstorm Generator. Toto says, Mitch Kirk, relationship fishy. Mitch Kirk. Oh, who is that? Oh, are you talking about Candace Owens? He says, use water and plasma principles inspired by sacred geometry to convert engine pollutants and pure oxygen, drastically reducing emissions and increasing fuel efficiency. Okay, that is a very random comment, but I'm glad to have read it anyway, and great information nonetheless. Deed, don't start, but I'll engage who is Tom. Yeah, I don't know who that is, but you know better than to talk smack in this channel, because I'm either going to send you to the Shadow Realm, or I'm either going to absolutely insult you until you decide to go and do this to yourself. Okay? That's what you're going to get. So a lot of you who are trolls, a lot of you who don't have pictures on your stream, a lot of you who don't, you notice here's something that's crazy, right? Do you notice that the only people that come and troll in here are the people that don't have active channels? And what I mean by active channel is that you are actively putting out content for the sake of MMA or within the space of MMA or in other genres. I mean, I'm obviously in the gangster hip-hop genre, right? He says Diddy while I was saying that. How ironic, right? So I am in that genre, right? Nobody comes in here and does any of that, right? No. You didn't have to erase. Yeah, he just said Diddy. I don't know if he was referring to me or whatever, but yeah, you didn't need to erase that one, but it's all good. You did it for 60 seconds, so it's cool. He says, FDR, don't diss Kyrie, please. Yeah, because here's the thing, right? Like, I will enjoy dissing the living hell out of you. And look, here's the thing. There's a reason why the only people that come here and diss me are people with, let's say, random, channels that don't have anything going on. And then Soup, not Soup, says, let me crack. What do you mean by let you crack? Oh, of course, another person that doesn't have subscribers, a person who doesn't have their own profile, you know, and this and that. And off to the shadow realm you go. Here's the thing, right? So what? So what? Here's the thing. Oh, oops, what is that? No, wrong one. Wrong one. I meant to, oh, snap. Okay, oh, snap. I accidentally timed out, hate love, snap. Hate love, are you still there? Oh man, I'm sorry, bro. I meant to, anyways, yeah, look, hopefully I didn't time him out. Hate love, let me know if I timed you out, or man, I pressed it by accident, sorry. Okay, he says, I'm a street demon, real gangster family with families involved in crime, but now I'm snitching on all of them. Ghost Samurai says, oh my God, man, listen, that's so gay. He says, allow me to welcome you to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, oh man, I unfortunately put hate love on the Shadow Realm. I'm so sorry about that, man. How do I undo it, man? Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can go undo that. Damn it, man. Hate love. So sorry, man. I didn't mean to do that. It was an accident. So sorry. Okay, yeah. So, anyways, talking about snitching and all of that. Like, man, he says, my favorite humans are Google Cybers. He says, Natalie, hi, I saw you a few streams back. Okay. What is his stream about? MMA. It's about MMA, if you're wondering. So, damn it, man. How do you unblock someone, man? Hate love. I'm so sorry, man. I accidentally, you know, yeah, I accidentally timed you out. Damn it. How do you remove a timeout? Okay, hold on. Let me look this up, right? How do you remove a YouTube timeout? Okay, okay. To remove a YouTube timeout, you need to address two things: turning off the okay, you're dismissed when prompt via just adjusting your device. Huh? Okay. How do you undo? Let's see here. I instructed in Krav Maga and law enforcement agencies in Florida in mid-2000s. Okay, very interesting. There's no way to undo a timeout. Show on the, they wouldn't show on the temporary. God damn it, man. Yo, listen, this is why I hate you freaking trolls. I can't stand you idiots, man. You know, and now I ended up, you know, blocking my own moderator because you idiots, you know, continuously, you know, come in here and disturb the show. And so, but whatever, you don't really disturb the show. You're actually helping the show by hating on me. He says, I'm not a fighter at all. Okay, that's fine. You know, you don't have to be a fighter to enjoy MMA, but I tell you what, one of the beautiful things about fighting is that you can learn a lot from it on the fitness level, but also on the level of understanding life lessons. So, yeah, he says, would you fight for, oh man, that's a weird question. Weird question. Some dudes in the chats right now going, you know, simp mode on somebody here, but okay. Damn it, man. I really regret that, man. Message to... Damn it, man. Yeah, I did not want to, you know, block you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, hate love. That was an accident. But okay, anyways, we have to, you know, keep the show going nonetheless, right? Okay. let's see here. Okay, going back to MMA Joey.
Already had a deal with Netflix, but they said, look, they're overpaying for sports rights. We don't trust their financial future. They're not making the best decisions. We'll scroll down. We'll read a little bit of it. While UFC is never mentioned by name, it's obvious that's part of the risk that Warner Brothers is referencing after Paramount agreed to pay $7.7 billion for the broadcast fights, which now include all pay-per-view events airing at no additional cost on the Paramount Plus streaming service.
Hey, I want to remind a lot of you something, right? A lot of you would never say what you say online to my face. You just need to know that, right? Like I would absolutely hurt the majority of you. Okay, if you met me in person, I would hurt you. I would absolutely maim you. I would embarrass you in front of your family. Okay, and I would embarrass you so hard, okay, that you never want to go outside ever again. Okay, that you would be traumatized the next time you see anybody with a beard and no mustache. He says, yeah, definitely I would fight for love, you know, if my family is threatened. Okay, that is a reasonable you know, take right there, right? If you are going to fight, better that you fight for your family and no one else. So
massive deal was worth more than double what the UFC was making from ESPN after previously signing a 7-year contract to move all the company's events to the Disney-owned network after a deal with Fox expired. I mean, that's pretty crazy. You have
Ghost says, I've had a Heineken bottle and a broomstick broke over my head during fights, and this couldn't stop me. Okay. So you say. So you say. Right? Damn it, man. I took him out for 24 hours. God damn it, man. I'm so sorry, Hate Love. All right. So he says, wait, you would try to hurt me if I told you... No. I wasn't talking to you about that. I was talking to the trolls, but okay.
Warner Brothers literally calling it out that Paramount overpaid for the UFC. Paramount's going to want to claw some of that money back some way, somehow.
Oh, yeah. Warner Brothers criticizes Paramount for overpaying sports rights for the UFC. Of course, Warner Brothers would do that, right? Because they wanted to probably cut a deal with the UFC for a cheaper price. It just so happens that Paramount was like, you know what, we'll go all out for whatever it is that we're going to pay for. Ghost Samurai says, I saw my experiences in life. I'm 45, been through a lot. My legal name is Chike Jason Okoro. Wow, okay. That's interesting, man, that you would dox yourself like that, right? But shout out to you, man. You're an OG, 45 years old. I'm 40 right now. I'm 40 years old, so we're right around the same age. You're just 5 years older than me. Shout out to you, OG. You know, in the 23rd, is Rob says. I don't know what that means.
The UFC's going to get lazy. The UFC's just going to look for fighters that they deem promotable. Who has the biggest social media following? Who had a viral tweet? We don't care about promoting fights anymore. We're already getting guaranteed $1.1 billion a year. We're just going to try to get them the best ratings we can. And that doesn't mean the best fight the best. That doesn't mean that this is a sport anymore. It used to be few and far between. We got ridiculously undeserved title shots. Now it seems like every fucking event, which we're going to get to in a second. The other thing I want to cover, right here. You have Paramount's, okay, hold on, sorry, 1 second. Outline a number of reasons why the company was rejecting Paramount's offer, which include...
Okay, 23, got it, okay.
...a poor credit rating as well as an uncertainty about funding, with billionaire Larry Ellison now personally guaranteeing some of those financials to back his son David Ellison.
Okay, so Larry Ellison, right? This is a friend of Donald Trump, and pay attention. This has, this has some reasonings behind. By the way, guys, after this, we're going to talk about the war in Iran. Okay, so we're going to get, you know, even more exciting with this one right here. So yeah, we're going to talk about the war in Iran after this. So
who serves as CEO over Paramount? So you have Larry Ellison and David Ellison, who basically are heavily involved in Paramount. So I was Googling them. Larry Ellison, the billionaire founder of Oracle, is a close, longtime political ally and friend of Donald Trump, providing significant...
There you go. Larry Ellison is a friend of Trump. So now you see kind of the connections to the UFC and Paramount as a result of that. So, all right.
Financial backing, hosting fundraisers, and meeting with him, his son, David Ellison, leads Skydance Media, which recently acquired Paramount Global, making the Ellison family deeply involved in major media, with Trump's administration approving earlier deals and the
He said, oh, you said the magic words. I was about to say goodbye, Iran. Oh, yeah, we're going to cover Iran in just a second, by the way. Let me read what you comment here. He says, I'm with the shits, even had law enforcement officer GBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I'm assuming that's the police, the state police version of Georgia, sort of like what we have with Highway Patrol here, perhaps. Shite himself, crying, begging for his life while the FBI observed through monitored devices. Dude. He says, dude, obviously I'm saying I'm 23. Okay, he says, oh, wait, you said the magic word Iran. That's right. Okay.
Potentially gaining more influence over news outlets. Look.
All right, so what Donald Trump is trying to do with this relationship with Larry Ellison is he is trying to create more relationships with news networks to make himself look a lot more favorable. All right, we're going to go back to the MMA Joey reaction. Let's go to Iran for a second, right? Let's check out the Speak the Truth podcast. Shout outs to this guy. He's a former, this guy's a former Green Beret. Okay, this dude is a former Green Beret. And
look at their background. Like, people are pushing that it's a mental health issue. And they're correct. Like, that line exists for a reason. People coming out and stating it's a mental health issue, that exists for a reason, right? Like, very real reason. And they're saying, it's a mental health issue. Right. Because what's happening is you have these foreign influencers that are looking for people with mental health issues and exploiting it. And at the same time, they're exploiting things here in the United States of America. They're just pouring gas on these different fires. Some of it's information operations, some of it's everything else, right? And what it does is they get these people recruited, they make them think that they're on their side, and then they push a very large issue online. Some of it's through the news. RT, state-sponsored Russian media, international. And RT comes out with misleading stories all the dang time. All the time. Why do you think they do that? So that they continue to pour gas on the fire, and likely because they already have people recruited here in the United States of America that they can push over the line to go and conduct attacks because of that.
This is in reference to the Massachusetts bombing, by the way, and he's also talking about Trump hinting at bombing Iran, and then Saudi Arabia is currently bombing Yemen. So there's a war in two fronts with the United States and Saudi Arabia right now, right? The United States is trying to bomb Iran, and in the process, Saudi Arabia is trying to bomb Yemen, and that right there is the American and Saudi coalition in the Middle East in conjunction with Zionism. So he says, Paramount overpaid for the UFC? I would say so, yes. Ali Khan, I would have to agree with that, yes.
That stuff catches fire, boom, it goes. So, yeah, exploiting mentally ill people. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And they have zero respect for them either, especially over in the Middle East, man. Stories that you guys can hear. Like, go talk to freaking Iraq war vets and ask them, like, how many mentally ill people they found chained up in people's backyards, locked in basements and crap. Supertanker says, when are we as people going to wake up and stop the influx of evil into our country? Never. Because right now we have, again, in my opinion, this information problem. So this whole thing is like so tiered. And I saw somebody that ended up mentioning like the price of silver earlier and everything else. And I'll throw it back up on the screen. You know, everybody was like, oh my God, it's going down. Well, now silver futures is crested 77.
All right, let's start from the very beginning. Okay, let's start from the very beginning where he talks about Iran potentially getting bombed.
Like, why? I'll explain that here in a little bit. I don't think it's a mistake that all of these different things are happening at kind of like the exact same moment in time. Additionally, on top of Trump bombing Venezuela, going after Iran, we also have Saudi Arabia bombing UAE vehicles over inside Yemen. All of that is a big deal when it comes to global trade, because if a new war kicks off over there, we're going to have problems. I'm going to explain that to you guys coming up here in just a little bit. But first, here's what Trump had to say about the bombings down inside Venezuela.
Can I follow up on Venezuela? Was the facility taken out by the U.S. military, or was it another entity like the CIA?
Well, I don't want to say that. I know exactly who it was, but I don't want to say who it was. But you know, it was along the shore.
Ooh, great. So
Ghost Samurai says the U.S. didn't retaliate when Iran hit the military base in the Middle East. Why? Well, which one are you referring to, right? There's been a lot of bombings that Iran has done towards the United States, right? One example is in the 1980s where they bombed a Marine base in Lebanon, right? Iran was cooking Israel. Yes, they were. Look, here's the thing, right? Who do you think has a superior military, Iran or Israel? Now, I've heard Tim Kennedy say something to the effect that, hey, you know what? Iran has such a weak military that we could literally send the Bloods and the Crips to take over that country. That's what he said. He says Harris or Nunes. I'm going with Harris on that one. I think that her grappling prowess is going to be way too much for Nunes. Although Nunes can hit hard, there's going to be moments where Nunes hits Harris with some hard shots, but ultimately, I think this is Harris's fight to win. All right, going back to Trump and what he's talking about bombing Venezuela as well.
we know it was along the shore. At least we have that going for us. But he doesn't want to say whether or not it was the CIA. He doesn't want to say whether or not the United States government did it. He really doesn't want to get too involved into what actually went down over there. Eric Prince came out, the founder of Blackwater. He came out and he said that he believes that it was a drone strike that actually took place down there on that port. So if that's the case...
Okay, well, that makes a lot more sense, right? A drone strike taking place in Venezuela. Obviously, look, we're in a new frontier of modern warfare, right? Modern warfare nowadays is not necessarily predicated on infantry squads or big military, usually using small units such as Special Forces, CIA, or in this case, drone strikes. So Coach Roach says, dude, okay, I don't know what you want me to respond with that. He just says, dude, but okay, shout out to you, dude, okay.
Then, I mean, I guess...
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, let's get this thing cracking.
That's better than a massive bombing campaign against the boats, I would assume. I don't know, but either way, we're still bombing the boats. This video came out yesterday as well. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Look at you guys down there in the chat section. Knack Dad, what's up, buddy? Good to see you down in there. Hiya. Glad that...
Okay, Coach Roach says, dude, so like the other day, I was just wondering about what was happening with the kid test. Ease in Goza and stuff, and maybe if Gabe, the owner, come in and maybe like the patch them up. Okay, yeah. What up, cuz? Dragon69 says, shout out to you. He says, want some more stuff, but that I'm not really sure. But the TID and the kid test ease is really like getting out of control with a lot of like swollenness stuff. So, okay. Shout out to Dragon Nut. Let me know what part of the world you are from. I'm currently in Sacramento, California, and shout outs to all my Stockton 8th Street homies out there. So yeah, Dragon Nut, let me know what part of the world you are from. Let me know if you're from California or outside of it. Either way, you are all welcome here. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let's get this thing cracking, shall we?
That everything is starting to work out for you guys over there. Yeah, I mean, it's getting kind of hairy down there. And I'm starting to wonder how long it's going to take before the U.S. does a full-on bombing campaign. Yesterday was the recognition of it was a New Year's Eve strike.
All right, shout outs to everybody from Houston, Texas. I know they got a lot of Rolling 60 Crips down there in Houston, probably because of Brick Baby's relentless recruitment in the South, right? But shout outs to Brick Baby, free Brick Baby, by the way. The former No Jumper host who is now currently serving time in the system.
From what I understand, yesterday was the initial recognition that the U.S. actually touched Venezuelan land with our munitions. Everything else has been kind of like over in the sea. And as I've been telling you guys, these strikes over inside of Venezuela and the boats that we're going after over there that are being operated by Iran are, definitely a strike at the Chinese economy, definitely a strike at the IRGC of going after their funding and everything else. So I don't think.
Okay, so from what we understand right now, right, the war in Venezuela and the war in, the war in Venezuela is really a war against Iran and China. China and Iran are operating in South America, right? Primarily Venezuela because they are an ally, right? Says for sacrifices. What do you mean by for sacrifices? Are you referring to the bombings that are going on in Venezuela? Let me know what you mean by that, my man.
It's any surprise that we have an uprising taking place right now over inside of Iran. Better believe if the U.S. is going.
Oh yeah, that's right. There is an uprising going on in Iran right now. So that's pretty interesting. He says no. I was asking if it was about the kid testees or if I had to do more like Gabe owners coming in and just wiping them out, like how they come and stuff, and if that's all right. Cody Roach, listen, I think there's a lot of run-on sentences that you have going on there, right? Which is very difficult to convey the message that you're trying to put out. What I'm trying to say to you in the kindest way possible, please, man, improve your grammar. He says, no. The Gabe owners came down on them, and then the kid testees out of Gaza couldn't survive, so they liked up and shimmed up. Yeah, I don't understand what you're saying, my man. Look, please use ChatGPT or something to explain. Sorry. It's because the kid test at ease or just like all over like my whole. Okay, I don't know what you mean by that, but okay.
Going after Iranian money, we're going after Venezuelan oil, which is being sold to China by the IRGC, funding Iran's ballistic missile program and terrorism and all this other crap that they end up doing. Well, I would think that we shouldn't be surprised that an uprising is taking place over there. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So there is an uprising going on in Iran right now that a lot of people don't know about. But yeah, there is a huge uprising going on in Iran right now. And maybe it has something to do with this. Maybe it is the CIA. Look, it's the CIA behind the scenes that are setting up this coup, right? This is CIA textbook, Operations 101. Regime change, right? This is what they're good at. The Arab Spring, there's CIA elements to that. Bashar al-Assad getting toppled by the FSA and the Free Syrian Army and all of that, right? So Bambo 007 says, what about the children? Yeah, I don't know, bro. He has a lot of incoherent sentences. This is the problem with America is that, there's a lack of... Look, you know what's weird, right? A lot of these racist white people, they often call black people out for, grammar issues or this and that. But to be honest with you, the majority of the people that have grammar issues in my chat are the other side.
I mean, an uprising in Iran goes kind of right in line with all of this. And it's continuing to this day. Now, Trump, when it came down to Iran yesterday, laid in. Right? He doesn't want Iran to have ballistic missiles. He doesn't want them to have nuclear weapons. He really wants them to be kind of like shut down. And with Netanyahu...
are you asking me if I like or don't like America? Where's my little Captain America thing right now? Hold on. I want to show you something, okay? If you think that I don't like America, I'm going to show you a side of me that I don't think a lot of people, really know. Okay, I'm going to show you right now, okay? I'm going to show it to you one time, and I want you to decide, Bambi, whether I love or hate America, okay? I'm going to show you something right now. is. Yes, 2004. Yes, it is. So, yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. So I hope that answers your question. Here's another thing I'm going to show you right here. This is a pen, by the way, right here. This is a pen, right? One of my favorite pens that I use, right? Pull this out. There it is. This is a pen. So, by the way, this right here, this is not just for, you know, my love of America, but let me just say that, well, the A stands for something. You know, I'll just say that much, okay? So, all right, moving on. Where's up? Hold on a second here. Let me adjust my, the lights here. Okay. So, there it is. I hope that answers your question, whether, you know, I like or don't like America. Do not be fooled by the perception of things, right? And by the way, for all of you that are out there calling me fat, okay, check this out, okay? Bearded Viking Woodworks. Huh, he says you don't like America? No, I said I do like America, Bearded Vikings. Oh, wow, man. That's awesome, bro. You got, okay. Shout out to you, bro. We got a big page up in here, man. Shout out to you, Bearded Viking. Shout out to you, my man. He says, oh, my bad. Yeah, bro, look at this. Look at this, Bearded Viking. Just so you know, okay? Just so you know. He says, dude, I heard you do... Okay, look, I'm going to have to get rid of you, Cody, because, you know, look, well, at least I'm going to put you on timeout by the very least. Okay, I'm going to put you on a 10-minute timeout. There we go. Off you go. To the Shadow Realm. To the Shadow Realm, as Myron likes to say. Says, wow, man, thank you for your service, brother. Yeah, shout out to you, Bearded Viking Woodworks. Man, wow, this is awesome, bro. I love when big channels come in here and shout me out. I had Point and Shoot, by the way, the enemy of ADAM22, right? One of ADAM22's top ops right now. You know, he came in here when I was doing an ADAM22 live stream yesterday. I've had Jesse on Fire tap in with me. What else other big channels have tapped in with me? Oh, Rich Trapper has tapped in with me. He says, I'm just doom scrolling and boom, here we are. Subscribe to you. Man, shout out to you, Bearded Viking. You know, because in a way, I am kind of a bearded Viking myself, right? You know what I mean? More like an Arab Viking at that. You know what I mean? So there it is. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. What is your channel about, Bearded Viking? Right? You know what? I want to come and promote you. Now, you know what I mean? Is it about beards? Is it about, like, you know, taking care of beards and this and that, you know, or woodworking? Okay. So, all right. So, sort of like a maintenance channel, right? Where you do maintenance or woodworking. Okay, that's very interesting, man. Very interesting stuff. Okay, that's right up your alley, obviously, right? You know, bearded guys that look like lumberjacks and whatnot. So, all right, going back to, he says, sharing ideas and showing how to build certain small, medium-sized things. Oh, okay, awesome. There it is, man. So, you know what, man, there's benefits of doing, you know, vertical streams. Obviously, most people that, you know, because I'm an MMA channel mostly, right? I talk about MMA. I also talk about you know, California gang politics, but I also talk about world politics as well. So, you know, I have a channel that blends MMA street gang stuff, along with what do you call it, world international politics, and I'm probably one of the few people in the world that is qualified to talk about all these three things at once. So, you know, just like you, you're obviously highly qualified to talk about woodworking and building stuff and things of that nature. Also, you know, being an overall lumberjack, right? It kind of goes with your name. So he says, love MMA, bro. Been watching UFC since the start and still watching. I'll be checking out your channel, bro. Yeah, man. Thank you, man. Thank you. Man, it's always awesome to have, you know, the big channels shout you out, man. And yeah, please also don't forget to also recommend me to all your other, you know, friends as well and your listeners and whatnot, you know, because you're an MMA fan. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are in your channel that are also MMA fans. So, you know, yeah, man, that's really awesome. Thank you for that one. All right, so going back to the bombing of Iran and Saudi Arabia also bombing Yemen, but according to Matt Tardillo here, right, the former Army Ranger special, I think he was Army Ranger, but then he also became a Green Beret. He talks about how Saudi Arabia bombed UAE vehicles inside Yemen. So that's going to be a problem, right? Obviously, the UAE has something to say to Saudi Arabia in that, and you guys already know that the Arabs right now are competing for the highest buildings in the Middle East, if not the world. So, you know, now they're out there accidentally bombing each other and this and that. Yeah, that's going to cause some kind of problems. He says, I'll send traffic your way, bro. Thank you so much, Bearded Viking. Shout out to you, my man.
What was it, like 2 weeks ago, I think? Maybe it was a week and a half ago. Netanyahu coming out, the Israeli government coming out saying, listen, Iran's going to attack us again. We're going to have to go off on Iran. You know, maybe we should be preemptively bombing them. Whatever the conversation was that they had, you know, made the United States government a little bit uncomfortable. Now, oddly, Netanyahu ended up coming out with that statement before the uprising took place. And yesterday over on X, there was a post that's floating around, allegedly from Israeli Mossad, that's stating that they are with the people on the ground over inside of Iran and that they are going to be backing them up. Well, okay, if you're on the ground with the people over inside of Iran, the United States is taking out these boats. Netanyahu, before this uprising occurred, was urging Donald Trump.
So I want to talk about some Islamic theology here for a second, right? One of the things that I read about future prophecies in the Middle East, right? When it comes to the Dajjal and the Antichrist, right? If you've ever heard, the biblical scholars talk about the end days, it's usually pointed towards the rising of the Antichrist, right? Well, Islam has very similar stories in the Hadith and, you know, some indications of it in the Quran, right? Talking about the Dajjal, which is in Arabic translated as the one who deceives, right? In the end times, they talked about how the Dajjal is going to have 70,000 Jews coming out of Isfahan in Iran. And I thought to myself, wait a minute, 70,000 Jews in Iran? How is this possible? Well, if you look at Isfahan, which is a city in Iran, okay? Let's talk about this, right? Isfahan has a huge Jewish population in Iran. He says, and C says, is it bad to be a freshman dating a senior? Yes, I'm going to say that it is. It's very bad to do that, right? Because, look, here's the thing, right? I want to address that before I go into Isfahan for a second, right? I know a lot of dudes at a certain age that, let's say, go out and and date younger women, right? So I'm 40 years old. Okay, I know guys that are dating, you know, women that are like in their college years, right, in their 20s. And I thought this is kind of weird, especially in their early 20s. I find it strange as a 40-year-old man that you're dating a woman who can't even name a Tupac song, who can't even name a Nirvana song. Like, this is weird to me. She says she's only 18, one of my youngest. Okay, so wait, you're so who is the senior? And I don't understand the dynamics of what you are trying to say here, but yeah, that's all, right? It's very strange when you are with someone that can't even name a Tupac song, right? Let alone know who Tupac is. So, all right, Isfahan. Okay, so this part of Iran has a lot of Jews that live in it, right? So let's take a look at the demographics of the people that are in Isfahan, right? So the population right here. Let's see here. Where is the demographics? Modern age, geography, climate, economy, energy, military facilities, bridges. Where is the okay, medical tourism. Okay. Isfahan Healthcare Complex. Medical tourism. Germany is probably set to have some medical tourism as well. Isfahan FC. Okay, so they got demographics. Here we go. Demographics. There are many churches and synagogues in the city, the churches being most parts in, okay, so mosque. Now take a look at this. They have synagogues in Iran in this part of the world, right? So when I heard that the prophecy of the Prophet Muhammad saying that there's going to be 70,000 Jews that come out of Isfahan, now I'm starting to understand how that is a reality. See, the Israelis are now on the ground, you know, inside, you know, Iran, right? You know, conducting military operations and whatever it is that they got going on over there. So now I can start to see how this is going to, you know, how this is going to vehemently affect, you know, a lot of, you know, a lot of the politics that are going on there. So, all right, here we go. Let's continue on right here. Where is that video?
To take part in this bombing campaign against all of their other facilities and stuff, it kind of makes me wonder whether or not that has something to do, like this entire thing wasn't orchestrated. People say it stinks like the CIA is behind it. I say it stinks like the CIA and Mossad are behind it. And I think that it's kind of like a good way for them to go about it. Oh, look at you guys commenting on my shirt. Look at you guys. Oh, I appreciate you guys. Yeah. So in my opinion, that's kind of what's going on here. Was if we would have conducted that bombing earlier on, it would have probably coincided with this uprising. If you really think about it, right? We knew that the freaking real over inside of Iran was crashing. Like no big surprise there. But the timing for the people to come out, didn't exactly know about it. Was it last month? Probably like 6 weeks ago. Around 6 weeks ago, we had 2 Iranian officers that had released videos that ended up flying around the internet, where they were denouncing the regime and encouraging people to speak up, but nothing happened. Then we saw a couple officers over in the subway station that were holding up like the old school flag. They ended up getting arrested. No word what ended up happening to them. Now, we've got this. We've got an uprising.
Heidi says, what did Juvie... I don't understand your question. Please... you know, be a little more coherent in your English grammar, please, so that I can understand to convey your message.
Week before the uprising, we got Netanyahu saying we need to bomb them, and now we got Trump coming out as well.
And speaking of Iran, I hope they're not trying to build up again, because if they are, we're going to have no choice but very quickly to eradicate that buildup. So I hope Iran is not trying to build up, as I've been reading that they're building up weapons and other things, and if they are, they're not using the sites that we are.
Trump says, you know, they're building up weapons and other things. Yeah, the beautiful grammar skills of Donald J. Trump.
Obliterated, but they're using possibly different sites. We know exactly where they're going, what they're doing, and I hope they're not doing it, because we don't want to waste the fuel on a B-2. It's a 37-hour trip both ways. I don't want to waste a lot of fuel. Okay?
Mr. President.
Okay. I don't want to waste the fuel on a B-2. Well, Trump came out. Obviously, he's perfectly okay with bombing Iran. And I think he's holding off. And I don't
Oh, okay. What did you do juvenile life like The Last of Us? Yeah, you know what, Heidi, I've never been to prison, ever, right? I've never been to jail or, well, okay, jail is one thing, like, you know, getting into a little bit of a punch up and then, you know, getting released, you know, a couple of hours later, that's one thing. But when it comes to like hardcore, you know, prison and being in the system or anything like that, I've never experienced that. However, I've had a lot of homies that have experienced that, and, you know, it's nothing nice. So, yeah.
I think he's wrong in doing it. I do think that we have the issue over there that we've been talking about for a while, which is Iran having a nuclear weapons program, enriching their uranium for that matter, and several other things that are going on. And so I think what Trump's doing here is actually pretty wise. What Trump's actually doing is holding off, stating that, you know, we're not going to do it yet. And I think there's a very good reason for that. Steve Wolke coming and gives out 5 Speak the Truth memberships and Incog Faraday at the exact.
Okay, so the reason why they're not willing to take that 37-hour trip round and back with B-52 bombers is because they want to make sure that the target is there, right? So that is why the Israelis and the American agencies are down in Iran right now, sort of making sure that everything is, you know, is where it's at, right? So, and on top of that, they don't want to bomb innocent civilians as well, because there's a lot of Iranians that are going to support the United States. So Happy New Year in advance. Kyle Billy says, thank you, Kyle Billy. Shout out to you, and, you know, thank you for the comments. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and also come join my members-only exclusive, only $1 a month, right? I'm sure you can afford $1 a month, right? Easy peasy.
Same moment in time. Thank you, gentlemen. Greatly appreciate you guys. The reason I believe he's actually delaying this has to do with what is currently taking place on the ground, with that uprising. If there is an uprising taking place and the regime does in fact get overthrown, then it would make sense for these two to hold off on conducting airstrikes. Because prior to the...
Heedy says it gives the slave feeling a modern taste. Don't feel left out, please. Oh, no, not at all, man. Not at all. You know, a lot of guys who are about that life, right? They sort of over celebrate the idea of being in prison. Look, I look at it like this, right? You went to prison because you got caught, right? And, you know, it doesn't make you the smartest criminal ever, right? You know, it makes you a failed criminal. It makes you a failed gang member if you think about it.
Current Iranian regime, they were actually pretty friendly towards the West. We didn't have a lot of problems with this. And this is back, like, we're talking back in like the 70s, 60s, 70s, right? They were actually like pretty friendly towards the West. But it was this new radical regime that ends up coming in, having the Ayatollah, having this freaking madness that ended up changing everything. Well, if that ends up getting overthrown, if you know, the whole regime's gone, then we don't necessarily have to worry about that. So that would save the U.S. bombs. That would save it potentially, you know, like more dead civilians.
Okay, so that makes sense, right? The reason why they're not going to fly over B-52 bombers over Iran is because there's already a coup going on right now, right? The people are already doing it. They are doing their own version of the Arab Spring in Iran right now. So
on both sides of the...
it seems a lot more cost effective. Let the work for itself, right? The work right now is the people that are taking over Iran. He says, I never thought of many self as a criminal or gang member, unlike our judicial system. Hunter says, go back to Mexico. What a stupid comment. I'm not even Mexican, you know, and why would you even say that? Let's say if I was Mexican, right? I'm not even Hispanic or anything like that. I'm actually Middle Eastern who happens to have served in the U.S. Marines. So I don't know what you mean by that. He says no Muslims. Okay, well, there you go, right? What an idiot. He says, delete it, yes. Oh, okay, so Hate Love is still here. Okay, shout out to you, Hate Love. Okay, so he is still here. Unfortunately, I accidentally timed him out because of you stupid trolls, right? A lot of you stupid trolls are in here talking about a whole bunch of nonsense. Look, here's the thing, right? I get it. I get a lot of you people who are, you know, pro, you know, immigration or pro deportation and whatnot. Here's the thing, right? You telling a Middle Eastern person or a Mexican person or Hispanic person to go back to your country ultimately does nothing, all right? Because the truth is the truth. If they're going to get sent back, they're going to get sent back, and it has nothing to do with your sentiments. He says, Hunter, you don't belong here. Woo, okay. He says, can you threaten me, please? name. I'm not, why am I going to do that? Like, see, here's the thing, right? I'm not a barbarian, okay? I will use verbal and physical violence if I need to, if there is a reason for it. But overall, man, listen, I'm not going to go and, you know, just, I don't know, you know, threaten you for no reason. I don't know you from a can of paint. And quite frankly, notice how, once again, the majority of people that don't have channels are the ones who talk the most smack. Earlier, we had, what's his name? The Bearded Viking Woodworks, right? He came in here, right? Very big channel. All right. Obviously, he's a known public figure, right? With a big channel that he has going on. So therefore, he's not going to come in here and talk smack to me, you know, for no reason. He's going to be very respectful because he knows that, you know, that I know who he is as a public person. I'm a public person, being that, you know, I've had a page now for quite some time. So, of course, I'm going to act accordingly. A lot of you don't act like you're in front of other people. Okay, and this is coming from a guy who's been around gangs, who's been around the military, who's been around pro fighters and whatnot. And you know what? I know how to act around killers. A lot of you don't know how to act around killers. Okay, and that's really all there is to it. He says, if, may I ask, what do you consider warning to threatening? Well, you're going to have to elaborate on that, you know, if you will. Yeah, Jesse, you're an idiot. You know nothing about my life. You look. Here's the thing, right? Do you guys remember the 8th Street Stockton shooting, right? By the way, I know all the guys that are involved in that shooting. Okay, I know the people that are involved. I know their uncles. I know their cousins and this and that. I know all the people that were involved in the Stockton shooting, right? Although I don't know who did the shooting, and if I did, I would not tell a living soul about it. So here it goes, right? I'm reading the comment section, and these idiots are literally saying the same thing on here, right? Oh, fake gangster, this and that. Explain to me how the 8th Street Crips are fake gangsters when they got verified gang members, okay, according to the police files of Stockton PD, and then they were investigated by the FBI for running guns all throughout California, from north to southern California, okay? He says that's not something to be proud of. I know them. What the F? Well, it's the truth. It's the truth. I know people in 8th Street Crips, and that's just really what it is, right? So for you to call them fake gangsters, I mean, you really don't know. But hey, guess what? For the sake of public record and everything, yeah, you're right. We're fake. Yeah, you guys are the real gangsters. You guys are level 10 max prison, you know, level, you know, G's and whatnot. Florida man says, unfortunately, it's not a dictatorship. Dictatorships usually at least hold most criminals accountable in a real way. Says, I was born in South Central, affiliated with Florence. Okay, shout out to Florence. Okay, you didn't need to delete that, but okay, whatever. You're a clown anyway. You know what I mean? I could care less if you're from Florence or not, honestly. You know what I mean? And you know, and if it's really an issue like that, you know where it is, and you know what it is. And yeah, man, you know, get down where you're mad at is what I say about that. He says, Western dictatorships at least. Okay, so he says, based on their tone. Okay, I don't know what you mean by that, man. A lot of people here are just saying a whole lot of, you know, incoherent stuff, this, that, and the other. Yeah, listen, you guys need to improve your English. That's what I think. You guys need to improve your English so that we can communicate better, because all these run-on sentences, all these misspelled words, and all these errors that you have going on will ultimately just slow down the pace of, you know, he says, yeah, my bad, I'm from China. Okay, do you live in China, or are you just from there, or do you live in a Western country indicative of your English language expression that you are conveying right now?
The matter. But the thing that I kind of don't like about it, why I think that this regime change might not actually be successful with all of these protests that were going on, is because of what Netanyahu had said. You know, him coming out the week prior saying that we needed to go over there and bomb them coincides directly with this going on. And so I'm wondering if that wasn't part of this larger campaign. Now that Mossad has came out and said that they're on the ground over there, kind of makes me wonder if it wasn't part of that larger campaign, right?
There you go. That's what I mean right there, Kaneem, right? I'm from China who went to Canada. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I'm going to assume you're probably from the west coast of Canada, right? Let me know if you're in Vancouver. Jesse Sanchez says Florence and Crips been in war for years in LA. Yo, homie, listen. Florence, Jesse, right? I'm going to call you Florence, Jesse, okay? I don't know nothing about that. Yes, you know, I understand that that is a fact. I know what you're talking about, but when I say that I don't know nothing about that, that ain't got nothing to do with me. You understand? I ain't got no problems with no essays, even though I know a lot of Norteños. You probably would, you know, probably pick a fight with a lot of the Norteños I know. That's a given fact, right? You know what I mean? You would probably, yeah, but that has nothing to do with me. However, if let's say I'm around a bunch of Norteños that you got problems with, or if I'm around a bunch of Crips that you got problems with and they happen to be my friends, I'm not just gonna let you and you know, talk shit to them or you know, or fight them in any kind of way. I'm gonna get down where you're mad at, right? So if you're gonna get down where you're mad at, you know, for that, I'm gonna protect them. But other than that, I ain't got no problem with Florence. You know, I got no problem with essays, man. I love, you know, Southerners, bro. Straight up, I got nothing but love for us Southerners. One of my favorite YouTubers, that's a Southerner. Two people. They're weirdly enough, they're beefing with each other, but I like both of them, and they both have promoted me. Hater World, you know Hater World, right? Blue Devil. You know, I like his podcast. Dubs, you know Dubs from Santa Barbara. Right, you know, a huge supporter of my channel. So, you know, I got love for Southerners, bro. You know what I mean? But you know, the wars that you guys got going on with Crips in, you know, in South Central ain't got nothing to do with, you know, NorCal Crips or anything with that card. But on any regard, man, shout out to you, Jesse Sanchez. Thank you for tapping in. You know, much love to you and you know, and everybody in Florence. So, with that, let's go back to Iran and all the things that are going on. And you know what? I don't mind the gang talk. I don't mind the MMA talk. I also don't mind the geopolitical talk. This is what I do in this channel. I talk MMA, I talk world politics, and I talk, listen, you're not about to spell, I'm going to ban you right now. You're not about to spell the N-word, you know, vertical. So therefore, boom, you're in the shadow realm. Okay, stop it with this idiotic thing. Okay, let me read what Jesse Sanchez here says. Jesse says, gracias, thank you for that. It's just that you brought up the Crip. Okay, the Crip. Yeah. Look, bro. Here's the truth about that life, right? Jesse Sanchez, here's the truth, right? You are where you're from. You are where you're from. And, you know, I am where I'm from. My homies are from where they're from. But even if, let's say, there were to clash or whatever, you know, if we were to meet in any random place in the world that's not in California, I'm sure we would have, you know, coffee together. Obviously, I'm a Muslim. I don't drink beer. You know, you probably like to drink a little cerveza here and there, a little Modelo or Corona. I know a lot of Southerners love to drink Corona. That's your thing. But yeah, man, you know, in any random place in the world, I would probably have coffee with you, and you know that's as real as it can be. You know, and also you got to understand, just because other people are blue, it doesn't mean that the other blue team is going to support the blue team that's down there, right? That's just what it is. The only people that we support on the blue team that's down there are, let's say, Long Beach, ABC. You know, this is language that a lot of people here don't know about, but you know, I'm sure this is a language that you understand, right? You know, so people like that, right? You know, ABC and in Long Beach, ABC in Fresno, ABC in Merced County and whatnot, and so on and so forth, right? That's the reality of it. Magnus says, the tap water is turning frogs G-A-Y. Okay, so that is an Alex Jones reference. He says, so real, Robbie. Thank you for the contribution to the conversation. What did Robbie say? What exactly did Robbie say? I don't know. I mean, you know, he obviously got sent to the Shadow Realm. Graham, Florida man, we might send you to the Shadow Realm too, trying to be up in here inciting, you know, this idiot that we went and banned. But on any regard, shout out to you on that end. And Yeah, man. So Jesse Sanchez, yeah, shout out to you, my man. Shout out to everybody in your hood and this and that. It ain't nothing but love until it's not. You know what I mean? And you know how that goes. So he says, Jello is a skinwalker embryo. Man, you guys are just, I don't know if you guys are just having side conversations or you're just, spewing random stuff, but on any regard.
Because if it was, undoubtedly, Israel wouldn't have just been bombing some of these facilities. They'd have been going after key targets. You'd have had the IRGC that is basically in shambles. They'd be racing to set their freaking missiles and drones and everything else to fire it over at Israel to make sure that they're not getting taken out. But that's not what happened. What actually ended up happening is we kind of let it go. I don't know if we're going to have a great chance of success. I got a feeling that if this uprising starts to slow down a little bit, if the regime starts to crush it, then you're going to have these two come out that go, oh, look at that, they're developing.
He says, sarcasm, pal. Okay, no problem. No problem with that. Man, hate love is on, it's trigger happy today, but all right, I'm going to let him be him. I did make him the moderator for a reason. He says, yes, Christ is brother. Okay, Robbie's goober, okay.
Ballistic missiles, they're having this crap, and we're going to bomb them, and then you'll probably get an uptick in the uprisings again.
Will you support an attack, Israeli attack on Iran if Iran will not have a deal? If Iran will continue with their ballistic missiles and also nuclear weapons?
If they will continue with the missiles, yes. The nuclear, fast.
There you have it.
Andy, yes, I am a Muslim, Andy. Yes, I am. I'm very proud to be a Muslim as well as I am proud to live in America, right? Best of both worlds, right? I get to have a religion that doesn't deal with any foolery or any type of, degeneracy. And at the same time, I get to live in the greatest country in the world. I mean, how great is life in and of itself, right? Well, I will say this, right? America is great if you make six figures. If you don't, you're going to struggle. And if you're not making six figures, then go be a gang member or a drug dealer. I swear, I'm not even kidding you, right? This is why I sympathize with dudes that, that have to live a life of crime. Because let's be honest, right? If you're not making six figures in America, you're living in a destitute situation. And even people who are making six figures, they are struggling with bills. So how much more with people that don't have six figures?
So if they continue with the nuclear, fast. That to me right there, you guys are familiar with the term in law enforcement, like a Terry stop, like you've got something you're looking for, got no real good reason. So in this case, in my opinion, what we're actually looking for is a regime change. Same thing down inside Venezuela. We don't really have a good reason. We have maybes, probable cause to pull the car over and stop it. We can go after narco terrorists. We can go after IRGC boats. But at the end of the day, we don't want Maduro in power. We're going to get rid of him.
Hidi says, everyone is Muslim, but some are in denial. Okay, I know what you mean by that, because the language expression or the noun known as Muslim is that to one who submits to God. So there's a lot of people that submit to God. Christians submit to God. Jewish people submit to God. Even certain sects of, let's say, Zoroastrian, worships God. But then, there's the Hindus and the pagans that sort of, attribute partners to Allah, and even Catholics attribute partners to Allah, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit type of thing. But yeah, he says, I'm not in denial of my lack of being Muslim. Okay, that's on you.
Same thing over inside of Iran. At the end of the day, we want a regime change. We know it's going to be there, and we've got different excuses that we can go in and bomb and help these people out in order to make it happen.
Andy, when you say that I'm definitely not a Muslim, by that you mean that you don't go to Mecca to make pilgrimage or fast during Ramadan? If so, yes. But by the language expression of the noun known as a Muslim, if you are somebody that submits to God, in our interpretation, you are a Muslim. You're just not acting in a very Islamic way. You understand? So I hope you understand the nouns and the verbs that sort of go with that.
Which is development of their ballistic missiles, development of their freaking nuclear weapons, all of that other crap. And so I think if it starts to fail, this uprising, which it looks like it's taken off quite a bit, and I believe I have a map for you guys coming up in a second to show you all of the different areas in Iran that are actually starting to go off. You're gonna kind of understand why. Now, Iran ended up answering back at all of this trouble for the West and actually went after the Canadian Navy, declared the Canadian Navy a foreign terror organization for reasons, for crying out loud. I mean, Canada ended up joining the United States, stating that they're a foreign terror organization. Here you have an Iranian parliament speaker that you're going to hear from talking about their sovereign right to defense and how they're not going to basically take crap from anybody.
Heidi says, we can only do what God wills. Call it what you want, son of Adam. Okay, well, there you go. We are all descendants of Adam. Florida man says, I'm very Christian. My faith considers Islam a heretic nonsense. This also makes no sense because Muslim submission to God can only mean a lot of different things. Also depends on your view of God. Well, here's the thing, Florida man, right? This is what we believe in, right? We believe that the Bible was altered multiple times throughout history, and there are historical documents that can, attest to this. So what the Quran, has presented to the world is sort of a Reader's Digest, and also, a correction to a lot of the, man-made written stuff in the Bible as it was altered for whatever reason they wanted to alter it, maybe to, create some kind of advantage for the Roman state and whatnot. But yeah, this is where we differ in our religious beliefs.
I emphasize that Iran does not seek permission from anyone to defend itself.
And by the way, it is interesting that Iran is now considering the Canadian Navy a terrorist organization, right? They probably label certain aspects of the U.S. military as that as well, right? Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Now, the only difference is that it is Iran that is saying this. Look, the United States labels a lot of different people a terrorist organization, right? But you know the old saying as it goes, right? One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, okay?
Iranian people's response to any widespread adventurism and evil is unapologetic and even unexpected.
So they're going to respond. They're going to do whatever the heck they want. They're not going to bend over and take it, which means that they're going to end up attacking, and it's going to end up going back. And I think that's why Trump and Netanyahu might be holding off. Well, maybe not Netanyahu. I think that's why Trump's holding off, and he's likely got Netanyahu like on a leash, like tugging him in, so he doesn't go over and bomb Iran. But at the same time, if this stuff fails with what I'm about to show you, if this stuff fails over inside of Iran, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a big problem. And I think that's when we're going to have bombs dropping, and I think that's when we're going to see like a huge uptick. Have I interviewed Goldie? No, I've talked to her several times, also in contact with her. So, I mean, I can get with her as far as that comment goes, the former Iranian that's over inside of Canada.
Okay, so what you're looking at right now is the uprising that is going on in Iran right now. Remember, as I told you guys, there's a lot of CIA that is involved in this. This is their specialty, is regime change, right? They gather a few people, they incite people on the low, and next thing you know, people are hitting the streets, just like what happened in the Arab Spring. So, Florida man says, it's also insane. Me and you have almost nothing in common as people, but we probably have many of the same views on U.S. culture and a certain Middle Eastern ethno-state. Huh. Okay, you know what? I'm going to have to agree with that, Florida man. You're absolutely 100% accurate on that assessment. Absolutely accurate.
Look at that. Those are people that are all standing up screaming. They're done with the Mujahideen. They want it gone. They're done with that. And so what you're talking about is that different, like, radical
Republicanism. Vance. There it is, man. There's a name that I haven't seen in a while. How are you, my man? Shout outs to you. Probably one of the biggest J.D. Vance supporters ever, right? Which, by the way, you know, you as a J.D. Vance supporter, you're also one of my biggest supporters, right? And then the reason for that is, well, I think maybe because, you know, like J.D. Vance, you know, there's what do you call it? A Marine background that's attached to it. Yeah, I mean, obviously me and JD Vance are very different people, but I also think more importantly, JD Vance is a very different man than that of Donald Trump, and I think that he will usher in a new age of MAGA when and if he becomes president in 2028, inshallah. He says, haven't caught up in a stream in a minute, man. Well, here you are, man. We are live and indirect. We are talking about Iran. We've talked about Iran. We've talked about the UFC and its, what do you call it? Its Paramount deal, how it's basically ruining the competitive architecture of MMA. But on any regard, Jesse Sanchez, I don't know if you're still here, but we're going to react to an East Coast Crip member talking about ADAM22, right? Now, you said you're from Florence. I'm assuming you probably are beefing with these people right here, but let me know if you're still here. Jesse Sanchez, shout out to you. He says, this dude is a goat because he just lets people speak their mind as long as they don't disrespect him. W. Kyrie. There you go. That's right, man. This channel is the ultimate free speech channel. That is until you diss me. And if you diss me, then I'm going to diss you back. And I'm going to give you hellfire and brimstone as a result of it. But anyways, shifting gears, we're still going to go back and talk about Iran and the UFC's deal. But let's talk about ADAM22, right? I mentioned and did a live stream on this yesterday where he went after a Crip member by 4 Extra, right? He's challenging a guy with one hand that got blown up during a 4th of July fireworks, accident into a boxing match. Imagine that, right? This guy, prior to getting his hand blown off at the 4th of July, he was known as a squabbler, a scrapper, right? The guy that likes to, street fight everybody in the streets and in prison, right? We're talking about 4 Extra, the former employer of ADAM22. So what happens in the process? Adam goes and disses him, saying that I'm not going to pay you $50,000 for an interview, because after he got his hand blown off, he wanted $50,000 for an interview, right? He wanted $50,000 for an interview. The guy who employed him, ADAM22, said, nope, we're not going to have it, but let's react to this story. Shout outs to Nina Boy. Check out this little intro he got going on. It looks like Paramount. Look at this. I really like it. This is the best intro in all of the gangster hip-hop genre of YouTube right here, right? Because it kind of resembles Paramount. I love it, and obviously 1985 production, so Nina Boy is the same age as me. He was born, I mean, look, I think we're the greatest era of humanity, in my opinion, right? Anybody who was born in 1985 and above. He says, opinions on Andrew Tate. Okay, so that's a very good question. Before I move on to the next thing, I'll address that, right? Interesting character, nonetheless. Yeah, an interesting character. Here's the thing about Andrew Tate, right? He's right about a lot of things that he says, but I don't like that he's not Muslim enough, right? I know a lot of white and black converts that as soon as they become Muslim, right, they forsake a lot of the things that they've lived prior to that. That's the reason why you're going into becoming a Muslim. I don't like that Andrew Tate espouses a lot of right-wing British politics that are sometimes really hostile towards Muslims. But other than that, yeah, Andrew Tate is right about a lot of things. I think that a lot of people are too harsh on his boxing performance that he did against Chase Damore. As horrible as Chase Damore is, he is still a much more formidable boxer than that of Andrew Tate, who came from a kickboxing background and had one MMA fight. He's not a real boxer, but he went in there and tried to box, and you know what? He didn't get knocked out. He did lose. He did get busted up. But he didn't lose by the end of the day in terms of getting knocked out, and he won by the money that he made out of it. So, that's that. But yeah, I just don't think that he's Muslim enough. But at the same time, there are a lot of things that he says that I agree with. But okay, going back now to Nina Boy reacting to ADAM22 going at 4 Extra. He says, I thought Tate was deprived from his self-proclaimed faith. What do you mean by that? Florida Man says, also base take. Thank you. Thank you. Are you referring to me on Andrew Tate's, on the take of Andrew Tate? Or, yeah, let me know what you mean. All right, let's skip a little bit.
YouTube, what's the big idea, man? What's the big idea, man? It's our favorite hood partner, Big Nina Boy. Top of the morning, man. Hey, check me out though, right? Anytime y'all...
Look, I gotta say, out of all the gangster YouTubers, right? I mean, obviously, I could put myself in that space as well, but I'm more of an MMA YouTuber than I am, you know, a gangster hip-hop street channel. What I will say is, man, Nina Boy is one of the most entertaining out of all of them, right? The guy is entertaining. He's got a certain swag to him. He's got a certain delivery. He's got a certain charisma to him that I think is really interesting. So, yeah, all right. Let's
start seeing stuff like this, man. Y'all need to realize that it's people that's think they're doing this for entertainment, but this...
Yeah, 3-star, perfect. You're an idiot. You know, that's why you got banned to the Shadow Realm. You are up out of here for 24 hours. Good job, Hate Love. And once again, Hate Love, so sorry, my man. I'm so sorry. I accidentally, you know, did that to you. Next time, I'm just going to let the, you know, I'm going to let the deleting... yeah, I'm going to let you do the deleting next time. So, you know, otherwise I'm going to end up... I did the same thing to Marty Miller one time, right, by accident. So I know that's you hitting the love sign right now. So shout out to you on that. Let me throw some in there real... Oh, let me throw some love shots in there as well. Let's see here. Love shots. There you go. Boom, 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 boom. A little bit of some hundreds and a little bit of some laughing and then a little bit of some... celebratory. There you go. All right, back to Nina Boy.
This is the wrong way to go, man. We're getting too old to be playing the threat game on the internet, man. You know what I'm saying? Especially with, you know, somebody like Adam. So, you know, we got 4X's team, man. They boiling like a hot pot of boiling water. They out here, you know, sending alleged threats to ADAM22, man, and let me just say this, right? ADAM22 and 4X's, they had a business relationship. I think the way Adam embraced 4X's took it as they were real friends. You know what I'm saying? They were homies. You know, he let them come to his neighborhood and, you know what I'm saying? He showed them love, protect.
That's right, man. Adam did do a vlog, just like what he does with a lot of vlogs for different gangs. You know, he even did the vlog with the Asian Boy Crips in Long Beach, right? As he did with 4Xtras in, you know, in the 40s out in LA.
And that's not how the game go, man. When you get into this podcast space, you get into the entertainment business, it's strictly business. Nobody's not your friend. You see what I'm saying? You ain't sat down at his mama house. You know what I'm saying? You ain't met his family like that. That's not your friend, man. But anyway, shout out to everybody pulling up to this live this morning, man. I want to say this, man. See people for who they are, not who you want them to be. Because when you see somebody for who they are, man, it changed the whole playing field of how you handle people. I think for us, as just, you know, cats that's growing up in the streets, we had a hard time trusting people. So when we have somebody that's reliable, that's dependable, and you pour life into them, and they cross you over, it's gonna hurt your feelings, man. I gotta keep it real with you. Gangbangers are some of the most emotional people that run this earth, because it's anytime you say something to them, they can't handle it. You see what I'm saying? Most of them didn't have...
This is true. This is true. Yes, he is absolutely right about that. Gang members are some of the most emotional people on earth, just like Jesse Sanchez earlier, right? You know, I mentioned one group, all of a sudden he's like, this and that, you know, we not, but, you know, I had to explain to him the politics behind that, and, you know, sometimes they do come to a rational conclusion to certain things, but yes, most gang members are very irrational people, and that's really all there is to it, right? Whether it's black gangs or whether it's Asian gangs or whether it's Latino and Hispanic gangs. Yes, that is their main moniker, is, you know, being highly emotional.
Most of us didn't have father figures. So most of us is not emotionally intelligent, man. But this right here, man, it's just getting crazy.
Okay, that's a very good point right there, right? A lot of people did not grow up with father figures, and as a result, they're not emotionally intelligent. And this is, yeah, that's a very good point. Okay, so going back to this one right here.
And so let's get into the content. We got Adam22 cross the line with 4 extras. His life might be in danger, allegedly. Let's go.
That he took to his Instagram to let us know that if he dies, that this is the person we should look at. Adam took to his Instagram story to repost. Adam22 believes there's a...
So Adam22 is saying that, hey, you know what? If he dies, he's pointing at the direction of 4 extra, right? Because once again, when you go after gang members in this kind of way, right? Even though Adam is not real. Look, here's the thing, right? A lot of people are saying Adam is not a gang member, right? I agree. But Adam22 is what you would call an affiliate, right? He's not a tuna, but he's an affiliate. What is a tuna? Well, everybody that's about that life knows exactly what a tuna is, right? A tuna stands for a turned up non-affiliate, right? For example, 50 Cent could be classified as a turned up non-affiliate, right? Maybe he knows some Bloods, maybe he knows some Crips, maybe he knows some essays in LA. He's not affiliated with them, but he's a turned up kind of guy. And if you mess with any of his homies that happen to be gang members, then he will go and ride for them, but not exactly for the flag, but for the sake of the friendship that he has with these people. Adam22 is a little bit more unique in that aspect, right? You see, he's a civilian. He also has these weird things going on. He's the non-conventional type of guy that would be hanging out with gang members, right? I mean, the guy is a cuck. The guy has low testosterone, as he says. The guy is not a tough guy, right? I mean, that is indicative of the fact that he's calling out 4 extra for a boxing match when he knows that this guy has one hand. But he is unique in the type of connections that he has with gangs, because the No Jumper channel jumped from being an underground hip-hop backpacker slash SoundCloud rapper station into a gang channel station, right? Because people found out that, hey, you know what, you bring in all these gangs that have all these stories, it's bringing a lot of numbers and this and that. Next thing you know, he pivots into that direction. Well, now, as he pivoted into that direction, now he has access to all these LA gangs, as well as having their protection and their their friendship and networking that comes along with it. So if Adam really wanted to, he could send people at you, if you really think about it. But all right, continue on.
Credible threat on his life, so credible that he took to his Instagram to let us know that if he dies, that this is the person we should look at. Adam took to his Instagram story to repost this particular post. He was tagged in from a guy called Blue_Nose_DS. He's from Rolling 40s. And he tagged Adam and he says, that was lame as F to do for attention. And we on your eye now, 100. You and everybody on it with you. So apparently they're saying they are on Adam22 and anybody who's rolling with Adam. Hey man, I just want to make this clear before we even continue, bro. Let me just make this clear here. Okay, buddy. All right. When you see Poetic Flacco in LA, I'm not riding, buddy. All right, me and Adam22, we pop.
Trevor Carter says, "Peace and blessings, King." What that? I don't understand what you mean by that. Yeah, it's a weird thing to say. The last part. I mean, you start off with, you know, something positive. Peace and blessings, King. I'm assuming you're probably an African American fella, right? To say peace and blessings, King. That's, you know, a mark of that. Don't worry, I hang out with a lot of brothers I know already, but what that mouth do, I don't understand what you mean by that. Are you talking about what I do on the mic, or what I do for podcasting, or this and that, or whatever? But, you know, very strange comment in the last part, but very positive as it started. So shout out to Trevor Carter either way, man. Let me know what part of the United States you are from. I'm assuming you are from the United States just from the vernaculars that you are using.
Sarcastic.
Black British dudes use that too, right? They're like, yeah, peace and blessings to you, king. Yeah, my fellow black man in it, yeah. Shout out to all the UK people as well, man. You know, I got a lot of UK people that tap in with me on this channel as well.
Together, we do dinner together. That's my guy, but that's not mine.
Nah, partner. Nah, you bad, right? You calling gangbangers Neanderthals and yeah, you gangbangers is illiterate. You can't read. You can't. Nah.
Okay, so a little preface here, right? Obviously, they're saying that anybody that is with Adam22, they're going to get at, including this guy, Poetic Flacco. Here he is. He's saying, nah, I'm not really with Adam or anything like that. Don't get at me or this and that. This is also a guy who has said that, hey, the mothers of gangbangers don't deserve mercy or this and that and the other. And yeah, that's a crazy thing to say if you really think about it. All right, listen. More on Adam22 and 4 Extra in a little bit. We're jumping back and forth here. Let's go back to Iran and what is going on there for just a second.
Islamic leadership that's over there. They want it gone. It never really used to exist over there. I mean, it did. It came from somewhere, right? But they're seeing what's happening with that record inflation that's taking place over there. I mean, dude, they can't afford crap. All of the shops are closed down. Everything's done. They're taking to the streets and they're marching and they're going to town and they've actually been chasing. Government officials and everybody else off the street. So there's a possibility that this thing actually ends up succeeding because it didn't just pop off there. You know, you've got these things over inside Isfahan, Tehran. I mean, all across the country, it's like little red freaking dots on where these things are popping up and they're growing. I believe I have a video coming out of Isfahan University here in just a little second to show you guys. And that, by the way, is where those nuke sites is at that we're concerned about. Seabass says, do you really think Trump believes that Zelensky ordered a 91 drone strike on Putin? Because it seems like Trump believes Putin. No, I don't. I don't think Trump believes Putin one tiny bit. Putin has been looking for excuses to continue this war the entire time. And it's kind of suspicious to me that you've got this alleged drone strike that ended up targeting Putin where he almost lost his life, and yet nothing really happened. And it just so happens, as I came out, what was it, 2 days ago, probably? It was like, wow, look at that. You've got all of this crap going on, and it looks like everybody's being forced to come to the table. And now Putin doesn't want to do it. Putin was all about that life for a little while, supposedly, allegedly, was all about that life. And then he ends up coming up with this. And it's something like this every single time over inside of Ukraine. And so, in my opinion, no, I don't think Trump believes Putin. I think Trump lost his faith in Putin. Like, Trump's not going to forget the amount of times that Putin lied to him and how he's just been publicly disrespected time and time again. Do I think Trump really gives a dang about Ukraine? No. Do I think Trump cares about him being offended publicly by Putin? Absolutely. Do I think Trump wants to be made a fool 3, 4, 5 times by Putin? Absolutely not. Trump's been made a fool numerous times over this. And I mean, number one, when Trump came on record and said, I thought that was going to be the easiest war to resolve, I was wrong. That within itself, dude, wow, fire every advisor you have if you thought that was going to be the easiest war to resolve, right? So that's annoying. But, we saw Trump announce ceasefires how many times that ended up failing, like a resolve to this, that Putin's coming to the table and there's finally going to be peace over there, and it never does. So for Putin to come out and say that Zelensky tried to kill him, who cares? Dude, I remember sitting here telling you guys over outside of Kherson that Putin tried to kill Zelensky. I mean, honestly, the war's still ongoing, so who gives a crap?
All right, so let's see here. Ali Khan says, bro, you putting these people on your screen is BS. Why? Explain why. Explain why that is, Ali Khan.
Seriously. I mean, Russia has tried to assassinate Zelensky countless times and has failed every single time, obviously. Trump won't forget how Putin ramped up attacks after the Alaska meeting. Right. I totally agree with you. He won't. And it's not going to change. Like, Trump's not with the side of Putin, I promise you that. And I guarantee you he also understands the links between these. Now, if you guys reference back and you go back to, earlier this year, and everybody was asking, well, what's going on? Like, why is it that we're taking so long to respond to Iran? Why is it we're taking so long to respond to Russia?
He says the Epstein files don't uplift the youth. they collude the youth. Okay.
This is the big deal with all of this stuff, right? Like, why are we waiting so long to respond to all of these things? And the honest to God, simplest answer was that we needed Russia to start taking over some of this enriched uranium and things like that, should we've been able to get it.
He says, bring forth negative ideas. Okay.
Deal with Iran. And I told you, once that falls through, we're going to start to see things shift. We're going to start to see things change. And we have. We saw a lot change. A lot. And right now, what we're seeing over inside of Iran is kind of the outcome of that. So if for some reason this doesn't work out, which it's not going to, we're going to see upticks on both sides. We're going to see upticks over inside of Iran. We're going to see upticks over inside of Russia, along like the war front within itself. And you bet your butt, we're going to see a huge uptick over inside of Venezuela. But back over to Iran, again, here you have some of these protests that were going on. I got videos of like sit-ins and stuff like that were taking place. Like, people are trying to do this peacefully. Haven't seen any reports yet of any Iranian officials shooting and actually killing anybody like they have in the past. But there has been shots that have been fired, things of that nature, but they all appear to be warning shots, tear gas. I saw one guy shooting freaking like beanbag rounds or something at the protesters yesterday.
So this is the uprising that is going on in Iran right now. Marty Jr. says, can't say freaking on a newscast. Can't say freaking on a newscast. I don't think that's a newscast. This is this guy's own channel, but okay. He says, what is this protest? It's in Iran, beer lasting. Very interesting name. Okay. Yeah, it's in Iran. It's obviously the, the uprising that is happening in Iran right now. So yeah, so is this uprising against the Ayatollah? Yes, it is, against Shiaism. Well, okay, very interesting question, Ali Khan. So what this is basically secular Iranians trying to revive the country out of Shiaism. That's what is going on right now. He says, beer blasting. You would have to watch Power Thirst to understand. Okay, okay, obviously that's an, obvious reference to something. Okay. So, all right, let's see here. Okay, so let's back to this video right here. He says, they tried it before and failed. Yes, they've obviously tried a lot of coups, but for whatever reason, there's a lot of economic strife that is going on in Iran right now, right? So as a result of those economic strife that is happening in Iran, it is fertile ground for revolutions. Okay, that's what's going on. He says, you're Iranian. No, I'm not. I'm half Arabic and half Pacific Islander, if you're asking.
Okay.
So I'm not Iranian. I am half Arabic and half something else, but I am definitely not Iranian.
Okay. First of all,
he says, personally, I am Shia. Okay, so Ali Khan, if you are Shia, then obviously this is something that goes against your values.
I don't have a date today. I did a news interview before I came on here.
Because if there's one state in the whole entire world that is Shia dominated, or basically the champions of all Shias across the Middle East and around the world, it's Iran, right? There is no Shiaism if there isn't Iran. Obviously, the way that they funded Shia militias in Iraq, right? The Muqtada al-Sadr al-Mahdi army, if you remember, he went to Iran and Iraq for the Ziyarat. Is that a pilgrimage to, I believe, Ali, right? I believe that's a pilgrimage for Ali, one of the companions, right? Ayatollah Khomeini stood up against Israel. You know what? That's a common thing that a lot of people say, right? Like, obviously, when it comes to statehood, the Sunnis are tied in with America and Israel. There's no way around that. There is no way around that. But when it comes to a state that's actually against Israel, it is Iran. That is basically, you know, the #1 opponent for Israel, not Hamas. Hamas is a small-time, you know, situation. Even though Hamas is a Sunni-dominated organization, Iran still funds them, right, regardless of sectarian differences. And people do forget Ali Khan. Abdul Rahman says, hi, how are you? Smash the like button and subscribe. YNWA, huh? What does YNWA mean? He says, what do you think of the Iranian Guard? It's powerful. Do I think that the Iranian Guard is powerful? It depends on who it is that they're fighting, right? If they're fighting the United States and U.S. Marines come up in there, I don't think that they would have a chance. I don't think that they would even have a chance against smaller units that the United States can throw at them, like Special Forces. Could they topple, let's say, Al-Qaeda or ISIS or maybe even the Taliban? That remains to be a question, right? I don't think that they can, but I think when it comes to fighting, let's say, other Arab states, they're very good at it. I also think that they're probably very good at fighting Israel, right? The only reason why I don't think that they're powerful enough to fight Al-Qaeda or the Taliban or ISIS or anything like that is because of the way that they operate, right? They operate in a way that is very elusive. I'm talking about Al-Qaeda and ISIS, right? Very covert. They don't know where the attacks are going to come from. Whereas with Israel, it's a head-on, state-on-state, infantry versus infantry type of situation. Sure, they have sleeper cells and tunnels somewhere. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That makes it a very difficult fight for them to handle. Look, you guys play GTA, right? You know what I do whenever there is all these, you know, drones and planes that people have with like bombs on them? I go and hide in areas that have, let's say, tunnels or caves, right? Like those little LA River areas that have those tunnels, right? Those are the best places to hide whenever people are bombing you in GTA, right? So it kind of also is, you know, applicable to, you know, real life situations. Thinking of asymmetrical warfare. Yes, yes.
So I dressed up. If every time you guys see me with a collar on, just or a jacket, just understand that I likely had an interview right before, maybe tomorrow, but not today. Out loud. And yes, I am wearing pants. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys, man, every single freaking time, every time you guys end up coming after me. All right, what else we got going on? Here is the protesters with security forces. Just give you guys another, how do I want to say this, another angle.
Once again, more protests that are going on in Iran right now. The crowd is yelling, Iran, Iran, Iran. That's what the crowd is yelling right now. Okay, so we're sort of jumping around different subjects right now. We'll get to that in a second. Let's go back to the reaction of the UFC being ruined by Paramount via MMA Joey.
I don't know what went on behind the scenes, but the fact Dana White is buddy-buddy with Donald Trump, basically was running political rally after political rally at each UFC pay-per-view for the entirety of 2024. And now you have Paramount is being led by some of his close friends and allies, and now they're willing to pay Dana White $7.7 billion. $25 million per event. If this isn't fishy, I don't know what is. I don't know how anyone can...
Yeah, that's called lobbying at best, MMA Joey. That's exactly what it is, right? Political partners having partners in the corporate world and so on and so forth. That's literally what they are shooting for right there.
See, this is fishy. And I knew from the very beginning, I said, you know what? Something wonky went on here. And I'll have to do a deeper dive on this, and maybe this is a topic for a whole nother video. But $7.7 billion is fucking insane to pay the UFC over a 7-year deal when they have no idea what the UFC is going to be doing in 7 years. They have no idea. Now, the UFC has grown over and over and over again. They've shown that they can continue to grow. But, I mean, is it really enough to put this type of trust in them? Paying them double what ESPN was paying them when they're giving you dog shit Apex events? It's just...
Okay, so there it is, right? He says that ESPN, paid half of this towards the UFC, and yet they're giving you just, dog-ish, Apex events, right? Well, that is the reason why they are cutting guys that they don't deem to be marketable. That is the reason why they are doing it in the first place. There are all these guys that are unmarketable, and they decided, you know what, we're going to get rid of you, and yeah. Oh, Victory says, dang, no notification, man. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, right? Another billion-dollar company of YouTube, and they can't send out notifications. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm shadow banned or something, but I don't know if that's the case, man. I don't really say anything controversial. I mean, the only thing controversial that I do is when I go at trolls, which I'm, have had a reputation for nowadays, right? I'm having this reputation of, crashing out on trolls and then just going at trolls or whatever. I don't know if that's even, on grounds to being a shadow ban, but, on any regard, yeah, that's very strange. Although I do get a lot of people that say, that they really don't get a lot of notifications either. So, it's not just you, it's other channels as well, right? They complain about this same thing. So this is more of a YouTube technical problem more than anything. Cliff says, soup, bro. I think he means to say, sup, brother. I don't think he's trying to say, soup broth, yeah, broth is good for you though. A little bit of bone broth, beef broth, and chicken broth. It's a good way to fast during the day. That is if you're doing, a non-dry fasting, so.
It's insane to me, and it stinks bad, and I saw this from the very jump, that Paramount was vastly overpaying them. Now we kind of know why. It's not 100% confirmed. We don't know the back behind the scenes dealings, but it's definitely having to do with politics and Dana White's relationship with the President of the United States, Donald Trump. Now, the next thing I want to jump into, the UFC does not care about if you deserve a title shot or not anymore. They don't care. I mean, it's already been a slippery slope.
That's true. They never did, but now they're very open about it, right? If you had suspicions before, well, why isn't this guy getting a title shot when he's more deserving and they gave it to the guy with more Twitter followers? Well, now you're understanding this in a way where they are now being very blatant about it. Cliff says, how do you feel about all the great things Trump has done for America? Well, it depends. It depends who you ask and what you ask, right? Because look, here's the thing about politics, right? This is something that I've learned about American politics as a 40-year-old man on this earth, right? And as somebody who's lived in America for a very long time. Nothing a president will do will ever be 100%, right? There are things that you're going to like and not like about a president and what he does. I'll give you an example, right? If you are a college student and you want your if you are a college student and you want your debts, wiped out, Trump is not the guy for you, okay? If you're a rich person that wants your taxes lowered, Trump is the guy for you. So it really depends on who you ask. Sent on my own way, he says that hairline is an optical illusion. What exactly do you mean by that? Like, I've had the same hairline since I was in my 20s. That's a weird thing to say, sent on my own. That hairline is an optical illusion. What exactly do you mean by an optical illusion? Cliff says handouts are for poors and brokies. Hey, man, listen, it's hard for me to disagree with you on that, right? Especially as a man who, is living quite all right. You know what I mean? But that's easy for me to say. Now, imagine if I was in a more destitute situation, would I share the same opinions with you, right? You see, this is where politics really sort of delves into identity, class identity, and sometimes even racial identity, indicative of J.D. Vance saying, well, now it's okay to be white. Or, you know, since when has it not been okay to be white? Look, here's the thing, right? This is what I think. I think a lot of white people in America are very misguided in the idea of saying that, like, oh, whites are the minority or this and that. I don't know what part of the United States you are from, but even here in California, where there's a lot of minorities, I still see a lot of white people. You know, I still see a lot of white people having kids. I still see a lot of white people having families or this and that. So this idea that, oh, you know, white people don't want to reproduce anymore or this and that, I think that's false. You know, I think this is just a scarcity mentality that they try to impose upon you only to psyops you into a certain political way of thinking. He says, do you worry about ICE? That's a good question. Me personally, I'm not worried. I'm legally documented to be in the United States, right? I'm an American citizen. That's not something that I would have to worry about. It's a weird question for you to ask a brown person, only because you just assume that the only people that are illegal are brown or non-whites. But yeah, that's really what it comes down to. Am I worried about ICE? No, not for myself. But I am worried about them deporting people that don't need to be deported, right? Like, for example, why do we need to deport non-criminals or people that are out there just working and, you know, doing what it is that they need to do? So, you know, it's, yeah, I'm worried about ICE in one aspect, but I'm also worried about how they are overstepping their constitutional limits. Right, that's also another thing that I worry about. You should also worry about that, especially if you don't want Gestapo 2.0, you know, re-emerging in this country.
But listen to what Dana White has to say about the rankings here. Listen to this.
My last thing on lightweight, Arman Sarukian, obviously the odd man out now. We expect Ilya to be unifying against the interim title winner, which would, you know, make a long runway for his
I wouldn't
title.
say that he's the odd man out. You know,
Well,
he had an opportunity, and you guys know how that played out, and he's gonna have to work his way back. I don't give a shit what the number says. He's gonna have to work his way back.
I don't care what the number says.
So that's alarming for the UFC's competitive architecture, but at the same time, I get it. I've mentioned this to you guys earlier in the stream. I said that Arman Sarukian needs to go out there and re-establish himself as a business partner. I didn't say that part in the exact way that I had mentioned earlier, but that's what I said in more words than one, right? He needs to re-establish himself as a formidable business partner, because they put in a lot of business for Arman Sarukian to go fight Islam Makhachev at UFC 311. Now, here's the problem. Islam Makhachev is no longer at 155. So we're never going to see the Arman Sarukian fight versus Islam Makhachev, at least not for a very long time, or that is if Arman Sarukian decides to move up to 170. I don't know. We'll see. He is going to have a grappling match against Shara Bullet, right? But we will see if that is, yeah, Arman is virtually unknown by the casuals. So here's the thing about that, right? I think the UFC needs to do a better job of promoting him, just like how Top Rank had a very horrible job of promoting Terrence Crawford. This is why they were going to let Terrence Crawford go. And then here, this guy is, you know, a gem of a diamond that they found in the rough, and they don't know what to do with it. They don't know how to market him because Terrence Crawford is a country Nebraska boy who loves his guns, loves his pickup trucks. I mean, a very generic guy, right? Like, it's very difficult to market somebody like that. You know, Terrence Crawford is not like this, you know, stereotypical black man who's, you know, a gang member. Not that there's anything wrong with that, right? But I will say, if he was that type of guy, if he was like a 50 Cent type of black dude, for sure he would probably gain more popularity early in his career. But the UFC needs to market Arman Sarukian as the Ken Masters of the UFC, just like in Street Fighter. If you know anything about Ken Masters, he's a rich kid who trained with Ryu, and he's a rich kid that loves to fight. Now, doesn't this sound like Arman Sarukian? Arman Sarukian is the Ken Masters of the UFC. Victory says they do, but he has also been fighting about once a year. Okay, are you talking about Arman or are you talking about Terrence Crawford or both? He says, it is because he's black holding the black man down. Oh, man. Okay. All right, so more on this.
I don't care what the number says. And he goes into this song and dance about, he let us down a year ago, so he's going to have to work. He's already worked his way back. I don't care what the number says. Dana doesn't care what the number says because all he's thinking about is, Paramount paid me a ridiculous amount of money. I'm going to have to try to get them the best ratings possible. And I don't want Arman beating up my quote-unquote star in Paddy Pimblett, ending a potential Topuria versus Pimblett fight, which Dana White sees as generating massive ratings for the Paramount deal.
Okay, Victory says, Arman, you said the UFC needs to market him better. Okay, so yes, he has been fighting once a year. Yes, 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 that is the difficult part. So that is why I said that ever since UFC 311, Arman Tsarukyan needed to reset, start over again, and prove himself as a formidable business partner of the UFC. You see, it's not enough to be the #1 contender. You also have to be a formidable business partner.
That is the sad reality. We'll continue.
There's just too much goes into this.
When he said too much goes into this, that is exactly what I'm talking about, what I just said right now. When Dana White said there is too much going into this, that is exactly what Dana White is talking about.
For those type of things to happen. You know, we had a little... we were talking back in my room tonight, and we were talking about, you know, all the crazy shit that's happened over the last 20-something years. But you can't do that. You can't get the opportunity, and then it can't end that way. So
you can't get injured and pull out of a fight. This is a bogus, nonsense excuse to deny the #1 contender.
Well, the truth is, MMA Joey, is that they don't care that you pull out of a fight of an injury. They want you to go in there fighting injured. You want to know why? Because they just need the show to go on. Right? Conor McGregor has walked in there fighting injured. He fought my boy Chad Mendes back in 2015, right? Chad Mendes got called in. Jose Aldo got pulled out. And Conor McGregor could have easily pulled out as well. He's like, nope, I'm going to go in there and fight Chad Mendes. And so he did. That's what the UFC wants. That's how they were able to market Conor McGregor, was he was taking fights that he shouldn't have, or he was ready to take fights whenever, wherever, and you know, and that's that, right? That's what they want. They don't care about your injuries. Look, I know that injuries are part of the game, but at the same time, they really don't care, and that's the bottom line about it. Cliff says too much goes into this for these types of things to happen, bro. Crazy-ish that happened over the last 20 years. Yeah, that is the comment that he said. What about it, Cliff? Elaborate on that. What is it about that comment that made you repeat that? Or is there something compelling about that comment that Dana White said? Or is there something that you can relate to in what I'm saying or what Dana White and Joey are saying about this situation? Let me know in the comment section below.
Contender who's on a long winning streak, all because he wants to give Paddy Pimblett a title shot. Justin Gaethje versus Paddy Pimblett does better ratings.
That's right. Justin Gaethje versus Paddy Pimblett does better ratings, and having Harrison and Nunes on the bottom of it. By the way, that is the next matchup that is coming up, man. You know, we're not going to have UFC for a while. That is going to be on January 24th, and we are right now on December 30th. So he says, yeah, super compelling. So much to related and dive into it about it. What do you have to say about it? Well, I'm going to have to agree with Dana White. Now, I know that sounds like a UFC shill comment to make, you know, but yes, I'm going to cold-heartedly have to agree with Dana White on the basis that, look, it is a business. It is a competitive architecture, but it's also a business. It's a competitive architecture, but it's not the Olympics or the NFL or the NBA, right? Where they have to go through a regular season and then a playoffs and then a finals to determine the champion. That's not what it goes into with this. That's what Dana White means by there's a lot that goes into it. They have to market you. And then on top of that, you're losing trust of the consumers. For example, do you know how many Armenians pulled up to LA just to see Arman Tsarukyan fight? You want to know why they put the fight with Islam Makhachev and Arman Tsarukyan in 311 in LA? By the way, one of the best streams that I did, right? Because while I was doing that stream, I was also covering a car chase that was going on in LA with dudes on motorbikes, right? And they escaped the cops. So I urge you to take a look at my UFC 311 live stream. I have all of that in there, right? But there's a lot of Armenians in Los Angeles. A lot of them turned up for Arman Tsarukyan, only for Arman Tsarukyan to never turn up. And by the way, I know that there's a huge MMA community in the Armenian American community, but at the same time, a lot of Armenians are casuals of MMA. Just like a lot of Muslims and a lot of Irish fans are casuals of MMA, right? You know, you would think that maybe most Muslim, fight consumers are hardcore fans because, you know, you're probably thinking of me, an MMA streamer who's a Muslim guy that's a hardcore fan, but not every Muslim is as hardcore as I am, just like not every Armenian is as hardcore as I am. So the fact that Arman Tsarukyan didn't show up for that fight, it really deflated a lot of, look, man, you're never going to get a situation where there's an Armenian community unless they go back to LA. Right? Unless they go back to LA for a card, which I'm sure they will at some point. But even if they go back to LA in an Armenian community at some point, don't you think that, those Armenian fans are going to be a little bit jaded now? No, Cliff, that's a very stupid question. You know what you're trying to get at with that kind of question. I don't know anything about that, but, I'm going to leave you to your own demise of stupidity. Okay, so we're going to go back to that, UFC Paramount thing. Why Paddy Pimblett and Justin Gaethje are a lot more of a marketable matchup. Let's go back to the ADAM22 situation, and we're going to go back and forth. Iran, ADAM22, and then the UFC Paramount all rolled into one right here. So here it is.
Nigga, your ass in the pot too. Yeah, we think you going Flacco? Yeah, now they gonna catch you coming out of Subway, and they gonna make a 12-inch cut on your. All right, boy. Yeah, you ain't going nowhere. You would. Don't back up now. You was hard, right? Nah, stick to the script. Let's go.
My street guy, like that's my friend, but that's not my gangster.
Victory says Jesse on Fire would probably love to hang out with ADAM22. You know what? Maybe for content reasons, right? For content collaboration reasons. I think that's what it is. ADAM22 does have a certain interest in MMA, but on a casual level, right? But although I would imagine that that's a crowd that ADAM22 would like to get at as well, right? Especially since he's challenging gang members to boxing matches. He's planning on managing people in the fight game, right? This is something that ADAM22 is, venturing into. They're both beta posers. Man, listen. Marty, I love you, but at the same time, you do get at some of my homeboys, you know what I mean? You do get at Zane, you do get at Jesse on Fire, but, it's not the first time that I've had, mutual friends that, don't like each other or have something disparaging to say about each other. Welcome to California gang politics, which sort of relates to this story right here.
Like we friends, but I'm not about to die for no ADAM22.
Yeah, this.
So right now, Flacco, this guy right here, the dude that you're seeing on the screen, he's an employee of ADAM22. There's a lot of Crips right now in LA that want to get at ADAM22, right? And he is pleading on screen right now, hey guys, listen, I'm not about to go die for ADAM22. I'm not about to have a bunch of Crips drive by on me, in the name of getting at ADAM22. I'm innocent from all of this, right? I have nothing to do with this. Just like with Victory, I have nothing to do with you going at Jesse on Fire or Zane. You know what I mean? So he says, about Jesse Lee Peterson Cliff. Okay, so yeah, I'm sure well, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people do know who Jesse on Fire is. who doesn't? Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, so there you go. There's a lot of people that know who Jesse on Fire is. And guess what? He happens to be an ally of mine. You know, he supports my channel. So, you know, it's hard for me to hate on Jesse on Fire. And you know what, Cliff? You probably were sent here from Jesse on Fire, maybe. Kyrie didn't. He's great. Kyrie didn't. He's great. Who doesn't? What do you mean? You're saying that I didn't know who Jesse on Fire was? Oh, yeah, bro. I've known who he was before he knew who I was. Yeah, so I've known Jesse first, you know, and then, you know, yeah, and then he found out who I was, and yeah. He says, not Jesse on Fire, Jesse Lee Peterson. Oh, okay, Jesse Lee Peterson. No. I knew who he was. I just didn't know his name. I was like, oh, okay, that's the black guy that, you know, says a lot of disparaging stuff about black people. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I was like, I just didn't know his name was Jesse Lee Peterson. He says, yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson is the GOAT dingus. Okay, well, there you go. That kind of shows me where your political alliance is. He says, modern day Uncle Ruckus. Yup, accurate description there.
Look, boy, hey, yeah, I know you're scared now, boy. I know you're scared, man. Look.
And by the way, this guy right here, Poetic Flacco, the employee of ADAM22, he said a lot of horrible things about gang members. He said that the mothers of gang members don't deserve mercy. You know what I mean? Like, that's, man, listen, if that isn't a provocative thing to say, and guess what? Now you're affiliated with ADAM22, you're an employee of ADAM22, and now all the 40 Crip members want to get at ADAM22, so yeah, very bad situation for Flacco to be in.
Got something, man. Gangbangers are emotional. I don't know how to stress this out to y'all, man. You know, you have to become wiser, because this is what I mean when I say gangbangers are emotional.
Yeah, look, that is very provocative, Cliff. Like, it's one thing to say, hey, look, you know what? It's one thing to say, look, I don't like gangs. I think gangs are a cancer to the community or this and that. I've heard it all before, right? And to a certain extent, I agree. But then, you know, there's also other positive things about, you know, that type of life that can also bring you networking, right? A certain type of, let's say, protection, you know, if you don't want protection from the police or this and that. Those are the positive side about it. The negative side, I could understand too, but for you to say that the mothers of dead gang members don't deserve mercy, that is an extremely provocative statement to make, and you know that there's people out there that are going to want to get at you for that alone.
Right? You say something a gangbanger don't like, his only result is to fight, not to communicate, not to exchange words, not to, you know, have a debate. It's to get down then, nigga. That's what you get down then, bro. Get down. And some of these dudes don't gang. Like, wait, what? I said something you don't like. You want to fight me now? Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Baby boy. You gotta put your hands on somebody, nigga. But nah, yeah, hey, Flacco spook, man. This nigga Spooky Johnson, bro. Let's go.
Yeah, he's absolutely scared, right? Obviously, he said some things that he said, but at the same time, now he's affiliated with ADAM22, and a lot of people want to get at him.
Understand this, bro. So when you guys see me, understand, I'm not on it with y'all, okay? I'm not on it with Adam. Adam responded back to this.
So ADAM22 is saying, listen, if I get killed, this is the reason why.
And if I die, it was this guy, white on white violence. I don't think he's white. I think he's albino. But the question still remains, why do 4 extra...
So this guy right here, this guy is, this guy's one right-hand man, right? He's basically a white member of the Rollin' 40 Crips, right? Yeah, and he's one of, well, I mean, allegedly, he's one of their hitmen, right? And what have you, so.
Little homie, Blue Nose _ DSD Crit. Why do he want to hurt ADAM22? What exactly?
Oh, no, they got...
He says why he got to be white. Well, he is. He's a white member. Look, there's a lot of white members in LA African-American gangs, right? That's just, you know, what it is, right? Just like there's a lot of white people in Mexican gangs as well. They even made a whole movie about it called Blood In, Blood Out.
Got the white boy. no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That little nigga younger than me, but I didn't, heard about his name.
Well, Nina Boy, just to correct you, he's not an N-I-double-G-A, but all right, I understand how you identify him as that noun, or, yeah.
Put through a couple people, man, a couple years back and shit, you know what I'm saying? Adam, I don't think you won't smoke with this young man right here, bro. I don't think you won't smoke with this young man, sir. Yeah, he'll get on your onion. This nigga right here will get on your ass, Adam. Move cautious.
That ADAM22 dude that he released was so lame and so disrespectful that he wants to get up.
So 4 Extra is going to send a white boy to go get at another white boy. Classic. That's some straight classic. You know what that is? You know what that is? When you get a man of the same race to get at another man, you know what that's called? That's called little hat behavior, if you know what I mean. Little hat behavior it is. But yeah, he's trying to take off Adam's hat for sure.
With Adam. Now, obviously I know the answer now, but before I even knew what ADAM22 did, I knew for a fact it had to be serious. Because gang members in LA are like the biggest sellouts. They love the white man more than they love themselves. So for
he says throwing shade at the little hats, huh? Yup.
Man, boy, let me tell you that. Man, they gonna catch Flacco at a red light, boy, and they gonna pop the snot out his nose. You done did it now, boy. Man, let me tell you something. The theatrics,
Look, I will say, this is a different era now, right? Back in the days, I remember when I first moved to Stockton, right, in the late mid-2000s, I remembered that there were no cameras around, not in traffic lights, not in businesses, nothing. And then people got shot at in traffic lights, right? Tupac got shot up in traffic lights. Try doing that now in Las Vegas, right? I mean, there's just cameras everywhere. You would never get away with a Tupac hit like that in Las Vegas in the modern times. He says they also don't like pork. You and the little hats could be homies. Well, you know what? That is one thing that we do have in common with the Jewish people, is that we all don't eat pork, right? So, as Muslims, we are encouraged and allowed to eat kosher, right? Because kosher and halal are basically one and the same. So Zaza says, yeah, I can't say that, but yeah. I mean, look, I'm not going to ban you, but I have to erase that comment, Zaza. I'm sorry. Only because I'm just trying to, protect my channel. But anyways.
The undermining gang culture and stuff, bro, it's not going to fly. Flacco, I'm promising you this, man. You my boy. Hey, nephew. Let me tell you something. Let me learn you something.
Shout out to Daniel and Hunt, man. Shout out to you, my man.
Dude, now, if it's something truthful to what he's saying, let me tell you something that just made it even worse. Because, despite the fact that, a black boy could walk down the street through a gang-infested neighborhood, and what you think black men, boys go, hey, bro, where you from, bro? And they go bang on him. But a white person with a suit and tie on, walking with a folder in his hand, hey, watch out, let him go. So I see where he's going with that. Like, we will bang on our own people before.
Yeah, look, there's something truthful about this, right? Especially in the black community, right? There's this aspect of like, okay, they will go and, charge up on somebody who looks like them. Whereas if, let's say, a white person walking through a hood with a suit on, they will sort of treat them with a little bit of respect or this and that. I don't know if that's a racial thing, right? What I will say is that if you wear a suit, listen, I'll tell you this, right? I've worn plenty of suits throughout my whole entire life, right? I've walked out in the streets dressed like this, and when I dress like this versus being in a suit, I guarantee you I get treated differently one way or the other, right? That's just what it is. They say that, it's not the clothes that make the man, it's the man that makes the clothes, or something to that extent, right? Maybe vice versa or whatever, but yeah, that has a lot to do with it, right? There's a lot to do with that reality. The reality is that people do treat you differently when you dress a little bit differently. He says, are you excited for 2026? For sure I am. for sure, off top, I'm excited for 2026.
We bang on any other race. But the fact that it's coming out your mouth and you're not doing nothing to help the situation, you're not speaking life, you're not pouring life into the situation, you are the problem why we can't come together, because you're dishing out our flaws, but you don't have a solution. And that goes for anybody, man. When you speak on gang culture, man, speak positive life into this shit. Everybody gonna have something negative to say about everything, but if you're not pouring life into our community, if you're not pouring positivity in our community, bro, don't be just on this internet popping nothing but negativity, because negative equals negative. There's no positive when you're doing the math when it comes to negative. So, yeah, man, this is why.
All right, let's go back to the UFC's reasoning. So, okay, Justin Gaethje and Paddy Pimblett, okay? We're going to go back to that. We're going back and forth because I just didn't want to make timestamps, so I'm just going to go through all these subjects all at once, right? So, okay, Paddy Pimblett and Justin Gaethje. It's a much more exciting matchup. Why? Paddy Pimblett has a following. Not only that, he's a very popular figure even when he was in the regional scenes, and he has affiliations with Liverpool FC, right? The soccer club that is sponsoring him, right? So there's a lot going on. Justin Gaethje, man, a human highlight reel. Yeah, it's a much more favorable matchup in terms of marketability. And then Ilia Topuria is not going to be here for a while because he has some red pill issues that he has to deal with, right? Or blue pill issues, the way that he approached his marriage with his wife. But on any regard,
for Dana White in the UFC for their first Paramount event, they wanted Topuria versus Pimblett. Topuria is going through a heartbreak right now. He can't show up for work. So what's the next best thing? Oh, let's give one fight win streak against a short notice Rafael Fiziev, Justin Gaethje, an interim lightweight title fight against Paddy Pimblett, who's coming off.
He says, how do you think Paddy is going to beat Gaethje? Rear naked choke victory. That's my official prediction on that one. It's a rear naked choke submission. Correct. Yes. Paddy has much better submissions and he has a better striking, right? The striking is going to be interesting because they both are very unorthodox strikers, right? Well, at least Justin Gaethje in his older days. In the newer version of Justin Gaethje, he's a little bit more methodical, a lot more technical, which I think will cause some problems on the feet for Paddy. But eventually, Paddy is going to want to drag this down to the ground. And Justin Gaethje, unfortunately, doesn't work on his wrestling the way that he should. So, yeah, Paddy Pimblett by submission. That's how I think he's going to beat him. That is if he even beats Justin Gaethje at all, right? Justin Gaethje could easily become, the two-time interim champion here, which I think this is going to be fought for the interim belt, not the undisputed belt. But that would be great if Paddy could fight for an undisputed belt, because I always saw Paddy as a champion, right? Meaning that he's a marketable champion, but I just didn't know how that was going to happen when you had Arman Tsarukyan, Ilia Topuria, and Islam Makhachev at 155. Well, now, guess what? All of those problems that could present to Paddy Pimblett, they're out of the picture. Arman Tsarukyan is banned from a title shot, at least temporarily. Ilia Topuria is Ilia Topuria dealing with what he's dealing with, and Islam Makhachev has already moved up at 170, looking to fight somebody at that weight class and possibly not moving down because, it would be a much more difficult weight cut after gaining so much weight during that time. But yeah, this is the only way that I could have saw Paddy Pimblett become champion even before all of this.
Off a win over a fucking bum and dirty Michael Chandler. Meanwhile, we have a true, undeniable #1 contender on a crazy long win streak against elite opposition in Arman Tsarukyan. Let's make all these excuses, and a lot of fans are running with it. Oh, his forehead touched Dan Hooker's. Let's not give him a title shot. He pulled out with an injury a year ago. He's fought a top 5 since then, destroyed him. He weighed in as a backup since then. He's already earned his way back. The UFC does not want to risk Arman beating Paddy Pimblett. They don't. So they're hoping, okay, Paddy matches up better with Justin Gaethje, but also if Gaethje wins, we get to do Topuria versus Gaethje, which we think will be a bigger fight and bigger ratings for the UFC because Gaethje's so exciting. That's the reality of the situation. So we're starting off the Paramount era with UFC 324 and a dog shit undeserved title shot, all because they are hoping that Patty Pimblett wins, and it sets up, in their mind, a super promotable matchup between Topuria and Pimblett, because Dana White's bald ass doesn't want to do his job.
Sean Boy, shout out to you all the way from Ireland. He says, what's up, my man? Shout out to you. How you doing in this winter break that we're all having right now, right? From, you know, the holidays to the New Year's and so on, man. Hope you're having a good one.
And actually promote a fight, because if he did, and he actually did what they used to do when they used to do like prime times and actual, you know, promos that would promote fights, Armin versus Topuria.
Good, man. That's good to hear, Sean.
Or Topuria versus Armin for the lightweight title. You know, I said it backwards initially. Would be a banger. Could you imagine if Dana actually got behind that? Oh man, Topuria's undefeated.
Yeah, he says, but I'm bored now because I'm on the holidays. What have you been up to? Same, man. Obviously enjoying the break like the rest of you. I mean, obviously the time off that you get out of that is great, but you know me, I don't celebrate Christmas or anything like that. But you know, I'll take the holidays off and everything that comes with it. Why not, right? So.
He's in his prime. He's knocking everyone out. But Armin, man, hasn't lost since his short notice debut against Islam Makhachev, the pound-for-pound #1 and arguably the GOAT of the sport. It's going to be one of the biggest. Imagine Dana actually getting behind it and hyping it up instead of saying, oh, now Armin pulled out a year ago and has fought, you know, since and waiting as a backup since. But, you know, we'd rather give Patty Pimblett a title shot.
And that right there is a business decision. Okay, so let's go back to Iran for just a second, right? I told you guys we're going to jump back and forth with these you know, with these concepts. So he says, are you in California? I forgot. Sorry. Yes, California represent, my man. He says, since you don't celebrate Christmas, you shouldn't get off. Stay at work. The gas station shouldn't be shut down. Okay, well, a little bit of some racist comments right there. I mean, you know, I don't own a gas station, although it would be great if I did. But I see where you're going with that, right? And you're saying that, okay, you should stay at, okay, well, it depends on what work that is, right? If let's say you are in law enforcement, right? And there are a lot of Muslim, you know, police officers out there, not just in Dearborn, Michigan, but okay, you know, let's say, you know, these guys want to take time off or whatever. All right, then let the Muslim guys get up in there, right? The gym, right? A lot of people complain that the gyms get closed on Christmas. Why not let the Muslim employees work there? But, you know, if you work in a corporate setting or this and that, I mean, there's nothing that you can really do there in a corporate setting. Everybody is going to be off on holidays and maybe even their own birthday. So that's just how it goes. He says, yeah, man, what an ignorant and racist comment. He says, you know, hurt people. That's the truth. That's really what it is. You know, but it's all right. Look, listen. He says, atheists never get off. Well, there you go. Maybe that's what it is. It's a curse from Allah, isn't it? He says atheists never get off. That's what it is because it's a curse from Allah. Your life as an atheist is always going to be harder than that of people who are believers of God, and that's just what it comes down to. He says the internet has gave people so much confidence to say whatever they want. Yeah, that's all it really is. I know that I crash out here a few times when I hear these people talk smack, this, that, and the other. But the reality is, you know, a lot of these people don't have a profile pic. You know, I see Sean right here has a profile pic. Okay, awesome, man. So that is you. That is what you look like. All right, man. Shout out to you. You know, strapping young lad that you are. You know, so you know, shout out to you and your support and but everybody else, they're not going to go out there and put their, you know, face out there or this and that or the other. You know, he says, yeah, we don't mind a little racism around here. Just ask fresh. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I mind it, or don't mind it. I just accept it as like, you know, a reality of life, right? But you know, but with that, you know, with that reality, you know, with that reality, you got to understand that people are just going to do and say what they're going to say. So, yeah. All right, back to Iran.
Oh, my God.
Daniel Berry Sports Highlight says, hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you as well, my man.
Goodness. Ladies and gentlemen in the comment section, will you all calm down, please, for the love of God? For the ended up doing. We know that CENTCOM ended up conducting airstrikes over inside of Syria in order.
Okay, so obviously CENTCOM has removed forces remove ISIS operatives in Syria. Okay, so there have been attacks in Syria by the U.S. Central Command, and yeah, they're out there fighting ISIS. He says, please don't attack me now, Sean. I've given the olive branch. Okay.
In order to take out the, how do you want to say this? The ISIS terrorists that were coming after and freaking, killing those U.S. troops not that long ago. CENTCOM also announced that we ended up conducting...
Okay, by the way, I want to speak on this Syria thing, right? You know, where those U.S. troops got shot up. Isn't it a little bit ironic, right, that the president of Syria, Mohammed al-Shara, he visited the White House, he visited a U.S. Marine base or some sort of U.S. Marine facility in Washington, right, and he was playing basketball, shooting basketballs, right, like as if there isn't any subliminal messages behind that. I just thought I'd bring that up for, you know, for entertainment value's sake or for informative value's sake, but yeah.
Larger scale strikes between the 20th and 29th, and not just airstrikes, actually on the ground operations, partnered operations. So U.S. and partner forces ended up killing or capturing nearly 25 ISIS operatives during the days following the December 19th large-scale strike over inside of Syria, which is great. Admiral Brad Cooper says, we will not relent. We are steadfast in our commitment to working with the regional partners to root out the ISIS threat posed to U.S. and regional forces. Great. So we're on the ground going over there taking care of that. So we've got instability going on over inside of Syria. In my opinion, we're going up against al-Jawani. Is what it is, in my opinion. But maybe we work with Jawani in order to go take out his enemies, which is probably what happened. You know, like I would not be surprised, and I wouldn't put it past Jawani over inside of Syria to because again, it was one of his dudes that freaking did it, and they just didn't have time to fire him on a Saturday. So they, in my opinion, what you likely ended up happening was maybe a false flag attack to go over and take out the enemies of Jawani to continue to advance his forces. Either way, we're screwed.
That's a very good point, right? That is a very good point. Look, is there a part of Jawani that may have conducted, let's say, you know, a false flag operation so that they could have U.S. forces sent there in order to take out his enemies? Now, that right there is straight 3D chess in the making, right? And I could see how that could be a plausible reality for him to do so.
Like, absolutely screwed. Now let's talk about this for a hot minute, which is going to be Yemen.
All right, so now let's get to Yemen bombing, Saudi Arabia bombing Yemen.
Let's take a look down at Yemen and what's going on over there, because over the last 12 plus hours, there has been bombings that were taking place. And in order for me to, number one, show you those bombings, two, I got to explain to you kind of the situation on the ground that's taking place. If you guys look up over at green, that's the Houthi-controlled territory on the left side of the map. If you look up over at the pink-ish color, all right, that is going to be the recognized government of Yemen. And remember how I told you the recognized government of Yemen controls effectively sand, right? They don't control very much. Now, that recognized pink sand government that they're in kind of control of, that's who Saudi Arabia wants to be in charge of the country, right? The UAE, United Arab Emirates, also doesn't want the Houthis in charge. But oddly enough...
Now, for those of you that are wondering why, it is because the Sunnis, Saudi Arabia is a Sunni state, and there's a strong presence of Shias in Yemen.
They have been funding kind of like the PLC a little bit, but also when you look down in the south, all right, you have the STC, right? And the STC is being funded by the UAE. And the dangerous thing about this, while both the pink and the yellow, strap in, while both the pink and the yellow are anti-Houthi, they also run the risk of dividing the country. And so Saudi Arabia, who is...
Okay, so Sean Boy says, I just joined a live with a black guy from Nigeria and some random white guy called White Boy of a Year wrote in a banana emoji constantly. He says, what do you think of that? Yeah, no, not a problem at all, man. You know what it is? I think that, people are just, very comfortable with racism. Although I do understand there's a certain value to it in terms of entertainment and maybe a little bit of banter, but, you know, sometimes it does get out of hand, and unfortunately, when it gets out of hand, I think people tend to overstep reality, right? In other words, this is not something that they would say in person, right? He says the black guy looked angry. He says no one cares. F-Ace. I mean, look, you know how dumb you would have to be to come in here and say no one cares? You obviously care for you to comment. So thank you for your comment. Cliff says, on a serious note, do you feel Muslims are superior to other religions? Here's the thing. I don't think Muslims are superior to other people, but I do think that the Islamic faith is superior in terms of conservatism, right? Now, if you're a Muslim and you don't live a conservative life, well then, you know, you have nothing to feel superior about. But if you are a Muslim and you are living it to the T, then yeah. You know, Trump 2032, wow. Man, my man talking about, you know, 2032, we haven't even gone to 2028 yet. Exactly, obviously, who cared to comment? Right, I mean, you know, yeah. Dill is, you know, Dill, you're a dildo, sorry. He says, yeah, America first, God bless. Okay. 2032 Trump. Now, you understand that Trump only has one term left, right? He's got 2 years left. He's got 2 years left, and that's really all there is to it. Marty says he is what? Explain to me. He says white boy of the year name is Wild. Yeah, that is a wild name. I mean, look, I'm not one of these people that gets mad when people, you know, use racial Trump 2040. Are you talking about Donald Trump, or are you talking about his kids, or are you talking about Barron running? Because, you know, if you're talking about 2032 or 2040, you know, it's obvious that the only Trump that could do that, I mean, maybe Melania, or I don't know, but obviously that's not a qualifier. She wasn't born here, but on any regard.
It's currently working really well with the United States of America, who we're selling F-35s to, bombed vehicles that ended up getting dropped off for those forces down in the south. Now, those are like separatist forces and all.
By the way, I will say that amongst the Saudi Arabians, right, the war in Yemen is very popular. Okay, so Michael says Donald Trump Senior 2040. Yeah, that's impossible, my man. He has one term left, and that's it. So, yeah, hate, love. No, hate, love. Listen, you didn't need to erase that. He wasn't saying anything. I mean, he was saying something that's factually wrong, right? But he didn't say anything offensive, so, you know, but it's all right. No problem. He says, Sack Pyro says, MAGA, no massa. Make America straight again. I agree with those sentiments.
All that other crap, all right? But long story short, the U.S.
He says nothing is impossible. So by you saying that, you're trying to have Trump. So let me get this straight, right? You know that there's 2 term limits in the rules of the United States Constitution when it comes to presidencies, right? You know this. As a result of knowing this, you still perpetuate Trump to have a 3rd term. Right? That's very un-American, to be quite honest with you. You know, but yeah, he will live forever. Well, he could live forever all he wants, but, you know, 8 years is the maximum that you have. You know, America is already great. That's why everyone wants to come here. Okay, yeah, he's immortal. Yeah, that's all in great. Oh, man, listen, I can already tell you're going to be a very irrational party in this, you know, situation here, right? You know, you're talking about he's going to live forever and this and that, yet you don't understand that there's only 2 terms. I mean, listen, I think you're trolling, but you're trolling in a very respectful way where you're not being disrespectful. So, you know, I will give credit to that. Okay.
For being literal bumps. Fake ass title fight. And if this doesn't already prove enough, we have UFC 325 a week later. Alexander Volkanovski versus Diego Lopez 2. This is another dog shit, undeserved title fight. Lopez?
Yes, that is exactly what it is, Sack Pyro. He might live forever, but he won't be president forever. And by the way, I doubt the notion that Trump can live forever. Let's be honest, right? The guy doesn't live a very healthy lifestyle, so that's what it is. He will be president forever. All right, well, if you want to live your own delusions, you're more than welcome to, you know, live that way if you wish.
is on a 1-fight win streak. There are 2 guys that are undefeated that should be fighting for the title above him.
Yeah.
One of those guys has a winner to Lopez. And Lopez somehow got a title shot to begin with, which was kind of undeserved. Now he's getting a second undeserved title shot because they look at Lopez as promotable. They say, oh, Lopez can really be promoted with the Mexican audience, the Brazilian audience. We hope he beats Old Man Volk. And instead of giving Lerone Murphy or Mobstar either will have a title shot. It's an absolute fucking joke. They are...
Okay, real quick. Take a little bit of a break here real quick. Hold on just a second. I'll be right back, okay? I'm going to play the Anthony Joshua video that I had. Anthony Joshua is injured from a car accident. And when you see news like this, especially with the type of friends that I have that are conspiracy theorists and will just put out anything without verification, you got to look at the fact that New York Times posted this, so you know that it's legit. Obviously, they are a legacy media company, and even with that, they still manage to maintain a certain level of journalistic integrity, meaning that they're not going to put out information that is not verified. Well, unfortunately, this is a very verified situation, and 2 people are unalived as a result of this car crash. Very similar to Francis Ngannou. Now, the only difference with Francis Ngannou and Anthony Joshua is that Francis Ngannou is actually the driver of that situation that caused the accident, whereas with this situation, Anthony Joshua was being driven with an entourage of people, such as a security team that was involved in the whole entire matter, right? But with Francis Ngannou, what happened was that he sort of swept all of that under the rug, okay? Now, obviously, this is taking place in Africa, which, let's be honest, a lot of people are not going to care of the lives of these people because, unfortunately, the world is just racist like that. Let's just be really honest. Nobody's asking about the victim of Francis Ngannou in Cameroon, even though it was an accident. Perhaps maybe Francis Ngannou paid the family blood money. But on any regard, this is not the situation with this, right? And I don't think Joshua's PR team needs to really go on full display on this one the way that Francis Ngannou's PR team did in order to sweep this under the rug. But this is what we have from the New York Post right now, right? So Anthony Joshua injured in a car crash that unalives 2 in Nigeria just a week after the Jake Paul fight. So Anthony Joshua was hospitalized after a very horrific car crash in Nigeria that took the lives of 2 people this Monday morning. Less than 2 weeks after he knocked out Jake Paul in a Miami bout. And this is according to many multiple reports, such one as the New York Post, okay? So Anthony Joshua, okay, at 36 years old right now, was traveling back of a vehicle that had a tire burst while on a highway, and the driver of the car lost control, and as a result, before crashing into a stationary vehicle, the Ogun State Police Commissioner, Landry Ogunlulu, told ESPN this. Okay, so that's the commissioner of that particular state in Nigeria right now, known as Ogun. So photos have been emerging from the crash. An outlet in Nigeria showed a shirtless Joshua who was reportedly sustained minor injuries with broken glass around him. So when I first saw the picture of Anthony Joshua with his shirt off, I was wondering if that was done on purpose or deliberate, being that it is quite hot in Nigeria, and be that Anthony Joshua, well, you know, he's the type of guy that likes to walk around with his shirt off, right? Or was it the situation where, let's say, a person who was of medical expertise attended to him, they had to cut his shirt off. This is just what they do if, let's say, you are in a gunshot situation, or if you're in a situation where you have to look for abrasions or bleeding or any type of open wounds of any kind, right? Just standard procedure. But that is how they found Anthony Joshua with broken glass around him with his shirt off. And, well, okay, so this is from Eddie Hearn, right? Eddie Hearn says, we are trying to contact Anthony Joshua. In the meantime, we don't want to speculate on how he is, but thankfully he appears okay. Hopefully, because I'm hoping this doesn't affect him in a way that, let's say, Errol Spence was affected in his career. Now, if you look at the Terrence Crawford fight with Errol Spence, right, obviously, it was not the fight that we expected with two high-level 147 pound-for-pound greats, right, with Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford at the time. It wasn't what we expected. We would have expected for Errol Spence to put up a fight. Now, why is that? Maybe it was indicative of the car crash that he had gone through, which altered his whole entire career. Now, Anthony Joshua is looking to become world champion again. He's also looking to have fun fights once again. How will this affect him in the long run? Okay, because now there's also psychological matters that he has to attend to with the two people that were involved in this car crash. Because now there has to be financial compensation. Now, obviously, after $92 million that he earned in the Jake Paul fight, which, by the way, rounds down to $42 million based on the taxes that he had to pay the British government and the American government, it's still a lot of money, and Anthony Joshua has made money for a long time. Okay, so that is what Eddie Hearn is talking about right now, is that we will find out in due course time more information on this particular matter, what happened and what will happen out of this, okay? So, by the way, an eyewitness told some resources that there were two vehicles traveling together from Anthony Joshua's party, and the Boxer security team was the vehicle behind them before the crash. Okay, so the person in the passenger seat and the person who sat next to Joshua reportedly seated behind the driver per eyewitness. Unfortunately, was unalived on the spot, okay? So what was Anthony Joshua doing in Nigeria? Obviously, both of his parents are Nigerian, right? Grew up in the UK, in Watford, in the London part of England. But his parents have roots in Nigeria, and he's a proud Nigerian. He visits there. He probably gives money to the poor down there, and rightfully so, right? I mean, he came from there. He's basically a trophy coming out of that hood, and he comes back to that hood to, you know, show them some love. So ain't nothing but respect out of that. Unfortunately, this trip landed him very, very serious injury that, well, not serious to him, but serious enough that it unalived two people. So what else do we have here? So, okay. Yeah, so that's all that we really have for this news right now. We're just trying to find out what else is going on. Black Pill, you're an idiot. You just got put to the shadow realm. Boom! Happened with Anthony Joshua, and will he recover from this? Will he have to compensate for the people that were injured in this particular event? Not just injured, unfortunately, unalive, man. Yeah, it's really sad, really, really sad. My heart goes out for these two people that have been unalive, because let's be honest about this, right? Anthony Joshua is going to be the focal point attention of this whole entire thing, as he should, because it's obviously why it's in the news in the first place. People get into car accidents all the time. Nobody knows about it because people are not that famous. Well, unfortunately, these two people that were unalive are not that famous, so the attention is not going to be placed upon them. Very similar to the Stockton shooting that I've extensively... All right. If you guys want to see the rest of that, go check out my Anthony Joshua video right now. We are heading soon into the bonus portion of this live stream. So stay tuned. I'm going to show you how I handle trolls around here, right? It seems to be the theme of the channel now, is getting at trolls. Go check out this video of me handling trolls. Here we go. My video on handling trolls. I'm probably going to put this on the members only soon, so...
Simple terms that see your sense of reasonability as a sign of wokeness. This is an intellectual sloth way of living. Blessing to you, my British man, Sacramento CA. Can I say, Kyrie is a fantastic MMA career, and I'm not just glazing him, because he has obviously illuminated the fact that I'm an intellectual giant. Shout out to you, sir. El-Kheer does have a phenomenal YouTube channel, really good creator. He has a beard that anyone would be jealous over, especially me, as somebody who cannot grow one. Shout out to Kyrie, really good creator. Give the guy a sub, he definitely deserves it. Another person who has reasonable, well thought out takes. Frankie, I still have some friends in London.
That's 5 minutes. And listen, you ignorant fool. That's 5. Listen, you ignorant fool. That's 5 minutes and 25 minutes in total. 5 rounds is an MMA anaerobic. What you do in boxing is aerobic. So of course, for 12 rounds, you can keep up this pace. As a matter of fact, after doing just that 25 minutes, I'll show you that I can, keep up with this boxing pace as well. And this is after doing 25 minutes of MMA. Oh, wow. This dude, what's his name? Marquise got hands. Listen, you know how much of a loser you would have to be to come on somebody's live chat talking about, 12 rounds. Yeah, you idiot. You know, I have videos like this in these live streams where I do 12-round boxing rounds as well. I urge you to take a look at that. I also have, done those workouts as well. I have all my training sessions in here. All the conditionings I do, the one-arm 100-pound snatches, the box jumps that I do, that I literally jump boxes that are like right up my waistline. You know, you guys are not doing that. You guys are not doing workouts like that where you're doing those types of box jumps on top of heavy lifting. Listen, the minute some of you already lift heavy, man, I'm telling you, like, you couldn't even jump, knee high, let alone waist high, okay? The general gives you a break to keep you jumping waist high while lifting heavy, pushing 600-pound sled pushes on top of 100-pound one-arm dumbbell snatches. That's what I do. Okay, what it do, man? Hey, man, just showing people what we got going on here. She says, go run on 10 laps. You're wasting your time. Yeah, well, man, listen, how about this? How about you get up out of here talking about this, that, and the other? Hey, listen, bro. I have people, coming in here, sending me super chats, watching me train. Okay, whereas if you were to, let's say, fight in the regionals or wherever it is that you fight, if you even fight at all, you wouldn't even get the half the notoriety that I get on top of knowing how to market yourself. You would be a broke fighter. So I don't know what you're talking about. I know how to market myself and how to market my channel and how to market what I've done in the past. Unlike you, unlike most of you who never accomplished anything in your life, never had anything going on. On top of that, you just go out and hate because that's just how you guys are. But you guys are an audience on the live stream that you're watching, and that's really all there is to it. I don't give a damn if that's cringe. That's just being real. That's just being real. A lot of you would not be able to do the type of workouts that I do, the type of training sessions that I do, on top of doing it in your own live stream because you're ashamed of the fact that you couldn't even do half of the things that I do live and in person, because a lot of you are introverts. A lot of you don't know how to get up out of your shell, and that's why you're scared, because you're afraid of what others will say about you, and that's the reason why you don't do what I do. So shut up, listen, be the audience that you are, be the good audience that you are, and watch the show. That's really all there is to it. He says, just, I already did, fool. I already did. So, that's that. All right, man, on to the next one. On to the next one, man. Talking about this is cringe, but guess what, bro? As cringe as it is, you're the one watching it. Remember that. Okay? You're the one watching it. Okay? And I'm gonna leave it off. Guys, listen, I'm gonna leave it off with this, okay? How miserable do you have to be? Now, look, I don't celebrate Christmas. Okay, I need you to keep that in mind. I do not celebrate Christmas at all, okay? Today is just no other day different than any other Thursday or any other Friday. For you guys, it's like the biggest thing in the world, okay? It's like, all right, you guys have to meet with your family. Some of you even hate your family. Here's another thing. A lot of you are coming in here talking smack on Christmas Day, okay, which is supposed to be your holiday, not my freaking holiday. I'm just living my life doing what I'm doing, and then you're coming into this chat talking about this, that, and the other. Now, shout out to the people that were in here giving constructive criticism. Okay, I functions with all of that. I functions with all of you that are giving good criticism. But all of you that are in here talking about you want to fight me or this, that, and the other. Listen, bro, let's be honest. A lot of you are introverts. You wouldn't even dare come up to me in person, let alone even have enough money to show up here in Sacramento, okay, with a flight ticket, because a lot of you are too broke. A lot of you can't even pay your electric bills. You don't think that I know? You don't think that I know of the kind of struggles that you got going on? And you think that somehow that's going to mask everything by coming online and then getting at a dude that's just doing a live workout session? I'm not even trying to prove anything other than just showing you, hey, I know a thing or two about martial arts. But then you want to come in here and you want to talk smack because you want to feel better about yourself. But guess what? I'm the one that's feeling better about myself. Because check this out. You know what I did in this whole entire live stream? I talked about the war between America and Venezuela. Okay, U.S. Special Forces seizing oil rigs. I talked about the updates on the mass shooting in Stockton. Is there a gang truce going on? I give you all the information on that and the historical context of the gangs in Stockton, California. I gave you Anthony Joshua telling you what his next potential fights are after breaking Jake Paul's jaw, and then covering the coping that Andrew Tate fans had going on, and then the reality of Chase DeMoore's 15 minutes of fame. On top of that, we talked about UFC. Not only that, we also talked about, well, I literally played video games while playing FIFA and then working out on a live stream. Bro, I'm doing everything that you're not. Do you not understand that? If you want to watch the rest of that, go check out Muslim Streamer Destroy Trolls, the Muslim streamer, that being me, and getting at these trolls and whatnot. So, yeah, man. You know, a whole lot of exciting content we got for you guys right now. Okay, so a little recap of everything that we had just talked about right now. Okay, so we talked about the war that is going on in Yemen, bombed by Saudi Arabia, things of that nature. We talked about, what else did we talk about? We talked about ADAM22, his little problems. Oh yeah, let's go back to that real quick.
I understand. I mean, Flacco, you gotta understand, man. You really gotta understand. Like, you came in saying you don't want no smoke, and you undermining it because you got law enforcement behind you. And little do you know, you get caught for a speeding ticket, and somebody in high rate behind them county jails, man, give one of them deputies a bag or something, nigga, to come get you. Man, they gonna leave you in that shower room, bro. It happens all the time. You know what I'm saying? It's bad enough the nigga around here calling you Big Booty Judy.
Yeah, so that's true, right? Obviously, a lot of these people that think that the cops can protect you or this and that, listen, you need to understand there's gang members and gangsters out there that have a lot of money that could pay cops to get you hit. So, you know, just be on the lookout for that.
So, man, be careful, boy. We finding out that there's more gang members that actually like the one that stink, you understand me, than the one that wink. So, well, you know, nigga don't. Woo, all right. Let's go.
A gang member, especially a West Coast gang member, to go against the white man, to go to war with the white man, oh, the white man got to do a lot. You see, when it comes to black folks, all you really got to do is wear the wrong color in a wrong neighborhood, and you will be getting picked up at the corner office, okay? But when it comes to the white man could disrespect them. The white man.
All right, so I get it.
Listen, this is true. What he's saying right now, right? A lot of these minority gang members, right? They will literally let a white person disrespect them, but God forbid a person of the same color as they are, they would never allow it. They would never allow it at all. Ever allow it, right? Not me, though. You know, because remember, I live in your neighborhoods. I live in the same place that you live, okay? I live in affluent neighborhoods. If you say something about me and you say something that I don't like, I'm going to get at you. I don't care what part of the world you are from. I don't care if you're not from the hood, if you're from the hood. Everybody to me is equal in terms of the treatment that I'm going to dish out on you if I need to dish out, you know, some humble pie to some of you. Just like some of you trolls. A lot of you trolls in here would not ever say this to me in person. He says, can I be a moderator, please? Bunny's Rule. Bunny's Rule. Let me see. You want to be a moderator? Well, how long have you been watching the channel? If you want to be a moderator, let me know how long you've been watching a channel so that because, you know, I don't want to just have, you know, anybody up in here, but yeah, you know, let me know if, you know, how long you've been watching the channel and maybe we can, you know, decide that. But shout outs to Bunny Rules. Let me know what part of the world you are from.
I know they don't really answer the question, but this is a good question right here. You know what I'm saying? Dad said, what positivity come from gang culture? Well, I don't know what community you come from, but where I come from, there was a lot of mothers who didn't have fathers.
Well, yeah, we could say that he's never been here. He's never been in the chat, right? The thing with YouTube is it doesn't tell you who's watching. If you do a live on Facebook, which, by the way, I have done, right? Prior to this channel, I had a channel on Facebook, and usually you can see who is watching you, right? They'll say such and such is watching, you know, or John Smith is watching, or John Doe, you know, or this and that, you know, Muhammad Ahmed is watching. Like, here you don't really see Bunny Rules, you know, watching, or Victory watching, or Fresh Melon Juice watching. You can only tell if the person comments. So, yeah, but you know, it is safe to say that he's never been here. He says, I have not been in lives, but I do watch some of the O's. You mean the videos? Okay. What is your favorite video? Savachi Financial says, yee! Shout out to Savachi Financial. We got some real ones in here. Yeah, but let me know if you want to be a moderator, Bunny Rules. Let me know what videos of mine that you watch that you like, and what is it that you like about the video, and then I'll decide from there. Say Joshua was a mob hit. You think so? You know what? Listen, I know that I've had a homie of mine, you know, say this to me in a private, you know, in a private setting, right? I agree with that. Look, let's be honest, man. You know, Nigeria is grimy, bro. Okay, it is grimy. And straight up, whenever I hear the word Nigeria, you know what I do? I go in my pocket and I'm like, where's my wallet? You know what I mean? Like, or I would go to my bank statements and check to make sure that nobody scammed me for nothing. I mean, that's the reality of that, right? He says, I was thinking something like that too. Yeah, okay, so there it is, man. Victory shares your sentiments, Savachi Financial, right? He shares your sentiments that this was a potential mob hit, right? Obviously, he's coming off of that, you know, Jake Paul money. So yeah, he says, you don't make 94 million, 45 after tax, then go to Nigeria. No, man. You know what I mean? Because it's like, you know better. You know what? Anthony Joshua even wrote on his story in the, you know, and he throws it in a story, right? You know, the difference between a story and a post is that you're not highly committed to posting it, but you're willing to put it there for 24 hours, even though people can pick it up anyway. But he said, man, this is the last time I'm ever going to go to Nigeria. And good on him, man. You don't need to be in Nigeria. I know that your parents are from there. You know, if there's somebody really important in Nigeria that you want to bring over to the UK or the United States, fly them over. That's it, fly them over. He says that's why rappers don't go back to their hood after you make it out. Well, some of them do, and when they do, you know what happens. I mean, 8th Street, Stockton, right? Pop Smoke, well, not Pop Smoke, he didn't go to his hood, but Nipsey Hussle is a great example of that. He's not Master P. He says Adam humiliates that video. Okay, so all right, so that's your favorite. All right, well, we'll see. You're gonna have to prove yourself though, right? Because the people in here that I have as moderators, you know, they prove themselves to be moderators. You know, like for example, Savachi Financial, you know, he's proven himself, right? He's not a moderator. Hey, you know, let me know if you want to be a moderator. I'll throw, you know, a wrench your way, Savachi Financial. You've earned it. Bunny Rules, you're going to have to earn it, you know, in the time being, okay? But shout out to you. Let me know what part of the world you are from, brother.
In the community. And some of the gang members used to take some of the kids to the park so they could go swim. Thanksgiving time, you know what I'm saying, they went and bought turkeys for the community. Christmas time, we had Christmas trees, you know what I'm saying, and we gave Christmas trees to all the unfortunate mothers in our community, bro. You have to really go there. It's I'm not gonna say it's more good than bad, but it's more bad than good. But best believe, bro, that ain't what gang culture about. Yeah, y'all see the grimy, dirty side of it, but it's a lot of mothers that's out here trying to raise 5, 6 kids at a time, and there's some good G niggas and good gang members right here. I'll take your kid to school every day. Make sure he up. Make sure he get to school. See, I was blessed to really see that, homie. So I'm saying, so a lot of my positive ways came from a lot of positive people that come from gang culture. I mean, the limelight is only gonna show the killers and the drug dealers. But you gotta realize, even back in the day, the drug dealers was the ones who would pay people light bills when their lights went out. Yeah, it came from poisoning the community, but that lady right there, she got 5 kids and her lights is out.
All right, let's fast forward this one a little bit.
Pay them up for the next 2 months. So, you know, it's not something to glorify, but best believe, homie, it was some positivity coming out of gang culture. But yeah, hey, that was a good question, bro. Let's go. Top of the morning, let's get it.
The violate, the white man can spit in their faces, spit in their food. The white man can do whatever he want to do to a West Coast gang member because they have this inferiority complex, right? They look at the white man as the Messiah. So for them to say, nah, the white man has gone too far, it had to have been serious. I had to find out exactly what went on, which I did. There was already tension between Adam and 4Extra's crew, but things really escalated when Adam responded back to the 4Extra doing this interview with Cam Capone, where 4Extra said he's never coming back to No Jumper. He blamed Adam for being disrespectful, told Adam when he sees him he's gonna break his jaw.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
God, and God didn't break me. He put me back on earth to break you. Thanks all the time. When you going back to them jumpers? And I ain't going back. I ain't no going back. Why would I go back to that's on the internet talking about me? You get up there with my enemies, talk about my head, talk about me, laugh like it's funny. I would have broke your jaw. Yeah, man. I dislike how Flacco engages in to undermine people that come from the streets. You see what I'm saying? Flacco, I just, dear God, Father in heaven, please give Flacco the courage to
Yeah.
run.
So look, that's what's interesting about Flacco, right? He makes his money talking about the street culture, but yet he hates it, right? It's weird. It's a weird dynamic, but you know, it is what it is. He's entitled to hate what he wants to hate. He's entitled to cover what he wants to cover. But my opinion of it is, if you don't like them or you don't like the culture or this and that, then don't cover it. I mean, I cover it for my own reasons, other than the fact that I find it entertaining, other than the fact that it's something that I completely understand. But at the same time, it's, yeah.
When he get approached by some dudes that ask him, "What's up with that you said on your channel, man?" He be like, "Back up, I have 911." Man, they not gonna care, bro. And you sitting here defending, you know, Adam, how they gangbangers are scared of the white man. A white man can disrespect the black man, and he's gonna accept it because he's paying him money and you know all that type of right. You're not white, sir. I don't care how proper you sound. Half these niggas didn't even know what Neanderthal was until you came online and said, I still hear niggas who don't even know how to pronounce it properly use it. Yeah, that nigga called me a Neanderthal. What the hell is a Neanderthal? Where they go? Neanderthal, your face, bro. Man, Flacco, they gonna whoop your feet, bro. People are, not me. For a take, you know, I'm cool with you, dude. I'm just telling you, nigga, yeah, they gonna get on your onion, and it's gonna be sad.
Yeah, after all these years of him, you know, sort of speaking bad on people like that, yeah, there is a possibility of that. Brandon Mesa says, hi. Hello, Brandon Mesa. Let me know what part of the world you are from, brother.
It's gonna be like a bitch getting her wig knocked off. You know what I'm saying? And all out in the middle of the streets, nigga, ripped up and all. You know, it's gonna be bad, bro. It's gonna be bad because you are creating content about a culture that you did not decide to even understand, bro. So this is the thing. It's gonna not like y'all know I always nothing bad on Flacco. That's my boy. But I could just see it. I could just see some little young kid like, oh, there go Flacco. Let's get this nigga.
That's right. That's right. And in LA, listen, it's a very tricky situation in LA, right? People could set you up. There's people that work. All right, how about now? Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic. All right, how about now? All right, perfect. All right, so as I was saying, right, yeah, so the gang culture in LA, right, you could have people that work at the airport, right, and they see, you know, such and such, a prominent rapper, or maybe Charleston White. They're like, yeah, you know, Charleston White is pulling up at LAX. Next thing you know, they're going to follow you all the way to your hotel room. They're like, oh, there you go, right there. He's right there. The next thing you know, they're going to follow you around. And I mean, you listen, these gang members out here in LA, in particular in LA, not, you know, not talking about just Northern California, but in LA specifically, these guys are experts in targeting people and finding people and assassinating people. And there's been historical, you know, accounts of that reality. So, yeah, man, you know, if they want to get at you, they're going to get at you. But it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get away with it, right? That guy, what's his name? What is that guy's name? PNB Rock, right? They wanted to get at him. They got at him. They shot him, but they ended up going to jail anyway, right? I mean, obviously that comes with the consequences of the game, but what I'm saying is they're going to get at you regardless of the consequences that come their way.
Let's go viral, bro, because these kids want attention. They don't care about money. I preach this all day long, man. You got a lot of niggas in the streets, bro, that would rather beat up people, knock out people, kill people, and don't even got $5 in his pocket. You know, these niggas is...
You know what? I'm one of these people that's like that. I would absolutely knock you out. I would absolutely violate you if I feel you're violating me in some kind of way. At the same time, though, I got more than just $5 in my pocket. I don't know what to tell you.
Just catching bodies and don't even got a bankroll. And then go to jail and don't have no lawyer money. Gotta call their mama, ask them to, you know, put money on the books and feed this and feed that and all that crazy stuff. So, Flacco, just make sure, man. I highly suggest this coming from your partner, Flacco. Go ahead and take some boxing classes, bro. Start learning how to do karate, jiu-jitsu, whatever other martial.
That's a very good point that Nina Boy is talking about, right? Look, you want to know why I walk around like, you know, nobody can touch me? Because, you know, number one, I'm trained. On top of that, I got people that are down for me. So, yeah, with that in mind, yeah, I'll talk smack to anybody who I want to talk smack to. And if I feel like you are in need of some smacking, I'm going to smack you up if I feel like it. And that's just the bottom line about it.
Stores they have out there, bro, because you're gonna have to learn how to defend yourself. You made it to 2025 with not a scratch on your face. I gotta say, man, that you must don't go outside. You must not go out.
That's what it is. Listen, if you're gonna talk that kind of smack that he does, you can't be outside. That's just what it really comes down to.
Outside, because if you did, bro, you'll know what I'm saying, but. Yeah, man, even 4Extra saying, I'm going to break your face. I don't think that's the smartest thing to say. I mean, you know, he could say it, I was acting emotional, but when you say it to somebody about ADAM22, which is so sad because we know that Adam have had communication with the feds, bro. You see what I'm saying? It's no way on earth. If I know somebody is communicating with the feds, and I know I'm still out here on this blacktop, gang banging, whooping feet, and you know, saying I unalive people.
And this is exactly what he means when he says that, you know, this is a very highly emotionally charged, you know, version of 4Extra to be doing that, right? You know, obviously you can't be doing that when, you know, people are out here and they know what you are about. And then here's this guy, ADAM22, who's in talks with the feds, right? Giving up information on every little thing, but yeah.
Man, I need to be worried. Gang culture is so small to the world. I know y'all think it's big, but it's so small because everywhere you go, when you go outside today, look at all the buildings, and most of us live in the cities. These are tax-paying companies and businesses. It's hundreds of thousands of them everywhere. You see what I'm saying? Ain't nobody bigger than Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam is the biggest gangster of them all. You see what I'm saying? Because he come and take everything we get, everything we make. Yeah, nigga, give me a piece of that. Yeah, nigga, give me a piece of that. And when you live, look, to even pay your car note, there's a service charge to even do that.
You know what's crazy, right? The other day, I got my brakes done. They were like $500, right? And I'm like thinking to myself, how do some people out there live without, you know what I mean, like paying for their brakes, right? What do? They just go on with no brakes, right? Because, you know, obviously that $500 goes a long way for some people. He says, how do any of those dudes respect ADAM22 after pimping his girl like that? You know what? That is what's weird about ADAM22, right? Hopefully you got new rotors too. Yes, of course. Well, here's the thing about ADAM22, right? Like, the reason why he's accepted in these communities, okay, these historically gang-banging communities, is because he has money. And I've seen this before, Marty. I'll tell you this, right? In the hood, there's guys that are in positions of power, right? Meaning they're OGs and all that, right? You know, they are, you know, somebody that's been in a gang for so long or this and that. They have some sort of pull. But then here's another guy in a gang who has a lower rank, right? Let's think of it like the military, right? There's an officer and then there's an NCO, right? Imagine if the NCO has more money than the officer. Who are the troops going to listen to? They're going to listen to the dude that has money, and that's ultimately what is, well, from what a lot of people are saying, you know, this is why they say that gang culture has basically watered down. You could say that ADAM22 is responsible for watering down gang culture. Connor says, what do you do if my car smells like bounce that I don't know what you mean by that. What do you do if my car smells like bounce that ass? I don't know what you mean by that. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, stupid comment right there that I saw you just, you know, that I saw you just take out there, Marty. Yeah, good on that, RH. Yeah, you're an idiot. I don't understand why people are so fascinated with toilet jokes or this and that. I think you're a weirdo. Here's what it is, right? You're a freaking weirdo if you're into toilet talk. I'm sorry, but that's just, you know, disgusting to me. I'm sorry, I'm Arab. We don't do that, so.
When you pay your rent, it's a service charge to do that. It's taxes on every. You go to the grocery store, you make some money. You know, you get taxed on the money you make. Go to the grocery store tax you. You see what I'm saying? Everywhere you go, you getting taxed.
He says, LOL, I'm a weirdo. Well, you are. You are a weirdo. And once again, I don't know you from a can of paint. You don't have a profile pic. You ain't got no motion going on. We don't know anything about you. You don't got a picture. We don't know what you look like. So you feel safe saying these things. RH says, what are your thoughts on a rusty Turians recently uncovered in 1980s national news today, apparently used by famous musicians, stolen from the museum? A very interesting story. Okay, well, there you go, man. There you go. That's what I like to hear from you, man. You know, obviously, you know, I don't know much about that, but, you know, thank you for letting me up on that. You know, there you go. That's what we're looking for here is mature, you know, sophisticated conversation. Thank you. And he's still trolling, LOL. Yeah, I don't even know what he means, but it sounds intelligent. You know, rusty trombone. Yeah.
Go to the gas station.
Okay, so, Victory, he says, Azorkin, I love a rusty trombone and, okay, yeah, it's whatever. Okay, going back to Yemen, Saudi Arabia bombing Yemen.
Ways almost playing both sides of this, but they are equipping people that are going to be and have been rooting out the Houthis and killing Houthis, but they're also controlling like portions of the South. And so as they do that, what they're effectively doing is dividing the country. That's the big issue that might end up happening here. So if they go in and they take out the Houthis altogether, well, who's going to control the country when you...
He says, hold up, Saudi bombed Yemen when? They always have been, RH. You know, here's the thing, right? One of the reasons why Mohammed bin Salman, right, the crown prince and the minister of defense of Saudi Arabia is so popular in Saudi Arabia. By the way, good friends with Turki al-Sheikh, right? They both went to college. They were basically, you know, roommates, right? They were basically like homeboys, right? But, you know, Turki al-Sheikh is not part of the royal family. But Mohammed bin Salman is, and Turki al-Sheikh was embraced by Mohammed bin Salman. But yeah, Mohammed bin Salman has been bombing the living heck out of Yemen for quite some time now, right? You know, and it's quite a popular war amongst the Saudi population. This is something a lot of people don't know because as far as the Saudi population goes, they don't really speak out or speak much on certain things. So, you know, they're kind of quiet and behind the scenes about a lot of things. I'm talking about the citizens, right? They don't really express anything other than when, let's say, Riyadh season is around and, okay, this is great. We got all these people around the world that are tapping into our country and then boosting our economy. But that's about it, right? But other than that, yeah, very popular war amongst the Saudis. And another reason why is because Saudi Arabia is a Sunni state. And the Houthis in Yemen are rebels, they are insurgent groups backed by Iran, right? So because they are Shia, right? So the Saudis have hated the Shias for a long time because they're Sunni, and there's a lot of Sunnis around the world that hate the Shias, right? Even myself, at one point in my life, you know, I had a profound, I wouldn't say hatred, but distaste towards, I mean, look, it's no different than gangbanging, really, right? You know, we're Sunnis, they're Shias, you know, we're going to bang on that, and that's really what it comes down to. But yes, it's a very popular war in Saudi Arabia, and they very much approve of it, and they also highly encourage the government to continue with their bombing campaigns. So
You have all of those people down in the front.
RH says, have you ever lived in the Middle East? Yes. Or were born in the region? Yes. I was born in Libya, right? One of the most violent countries in the world. This is why, you know, I have a real serious violent streak to me, because, you know, I was born around bombs. My uncles were selling guns to the IRA, right? That's unconfirmed, by the way, allegedly, right? At least that's what I was told. But yeah, you know what I mean? I mean, come on, man. You know what I mean? My uncles were selling guns to the Irish, you know, when the Irish were fighting the British Empire. Of course I'm a violent person, and of course Libya is a violent place. The Middle East is a violent place, period. But right now, the most violent place in the Middle East is Libya. It was then, and it is now, but it was a little bit better when Gaddafi was there. But there were a lot of people that didn't like Gaddafi for multitudes of reasons. Gordo Tech says, what's up, y'all from Texas? Hey, man, just stop by. Have y'all talked about the awful Joshua Arek? Oh, yes, I have a video out on that right now. We did talk about that briefly, but, you know, I do have a video on that right now. Today we were talking more about, the Iran uprising, Saudi Arabia bombing Yemen, ADAM22, and obviously the new UFC deal that they have going on with Paramount.
American South that are being backed by the UAE. So because of that, Saudi Arabia ended up going in and bombing the crap out of all those freaking vehicles and stuff that were getting delivered.
Afternoon says hello. Shout out to you, Afternoon. And I don't really like your name, you know, because it's not, you know, my kind of food, but shout out to you anyway. I'm going to call you Afternoon. I'm not going to read your name out loud.
Yesterday, they have this convoy. Oh, God, I can't. I can't do it with like the stuff. This is surveillance footage, probably drone footage or whatever. They ended up getting it, sent out by Saudi. And what it's showing you guys is the amount of military.
Okay, so what you are seeing right now is footage by the Saudi armed forces, right? This is footage, what I believe is probably from a B-52 bomber, a Saudi Arabian B-52 bomber. So yeah, that is this is Saudi surveillance right here. He says, you know, I love a good conspiracy. Any chance Joshua's accident was caused from him not following the script in the fight? Come on, man. Listen, are we really going to entertain that? Like, Jake Paul goes out of his way to have this done to Anthony Joshua. I mean, he could. He's powerful enough to do it, but highly implausible, in my opinion. You know, but hey, you know, a good conspiracy theory. I'm sure if you pitch that to Alex Jones, he would make a whole entire episode about it. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, not for me, bro. It's not for me. I understand the realities of the world. I understand the Middle East. I understand Africa, okay, which is sort of correlated to that subject matter at hand, but I don't think it has anything to do with the other. You know what? What's strange, man? Anthony Joshua went there knowing that the U.S. was doing bombing campaigns in Nigeria. RH says, where do you live? California. Says, yeah, I'm just speculating. I don't think that's necessarily what happened. It's a good conspiracy, though. Afternoon says, do you think Jake will ever fight again, or do you think he'll sit on a huge payday? I think he's going to sit on a huge payday. I think that he's going to continue promoting. He did a great job of, shout outs to Cantala, sent out 100. All right, man. Shout outs to you on that, man. Don't forget to hit the hype button as well, if you will, please. Yeah, what state do you live in? I said California, my man. That is a state, California. Now, if you're asking what city Sacramento, California represent, to be exact. Okay. Sense happy. Okay, yeah, cool, whatever. All right, thank you.
Military equipment that ended up getting sent in there by the UAE, and they followed these guys from the ports. And now there's reports that just came out right before I came on live, and I believe I have a video for you, which is allegedly what it's showing. But they ended up following these vehicles from the port, tracking them into where they ended up like stopping and staging, and the footage is so dang good. You can like.
By the way, somebody hit the like button. Be the 20th person to like this live stream, if you will, please.
Literally watch dudes like park the vehicles and get out and all that other crap. And there was a lot of them. And they bombed the freaking crap out of those vehicles.
Thank you for whoever hit that like button. Shout out to you.
Stop. They ended up bombing the crap out of those vehicles. And it's sparking a pretty huge concern. Like I said, this footage right here reportedly is also of another vessel from the UAE that ended up getting hit in the water, right? And we don't know who did it. It could have been the Houthis or it could have been Saudi Arabia. Again, that video completely and totally unconfirmed, but the reports are coming out that that is a situation that ended up taking place. You take a look at the aftermath of the bombing. I'm going to put that up on your screen right here. That footage that I had, I was hoping would have showed these vehicles stacking in. But here you go, a bunch of up-arm.
Afternoon says, did the U.S. bomb Saudi? Is that what you are watching? I'm not sure what happened or what they are saying. No, they are saying that this was by either the Houthis or Saudi Arabia. Yeah, so they're saying that that could be a potential, a strike that came from somewhere they can't confirm.
Armored vehicles, and a lot of them look like old U.S. military surplus, things like that have just been like painted over or whatnot, but some of them are not. Like a lot of them are not. There you got like Toyota Hiluxes, like no kidding, with freaking mounts in the back of them. Like if we go back and we take a look at that, like Toyota, like funding the Middle East for the longest time. So those are definitely.
Yeah, you know what? What's funny about Saudi Arabia, right? Here's an interesting arms fact about Saudi Arabia and the weapons that they have going on, right? So when they buy U.S. military weapons, you know what they do? They send it to their armed forces to use, right? Which is why Saudi Arabia's military looks very similar to that of the United States. Now, obviously, they have different BDUs, different uniforms and whatnot. But at the same time, their weapons are very identical. I'm talking about the U.S. and Saudi Arabia. Their weapons are very identical because they buy weapons from the United States. They also buy weapons from Russia. Old school AK-47s, not the new ones, not the black, versions of them, which is new. Matter of fact, let me show you my rifles book right here, okay? The different types of AK-47s that we have right here. So let's see here. Let me show you guys this video right here, or this book. Okay, well, we'll start with the American weapons first, right? So if you look here in this book, right, these are the type of weapons, okay, these are the type of weapons that they buy from the United States government, right? The same type of assault rifles, right? You know, the AR-15s, which are M16A2 service rifles. So this AR-15 right here can easily be modified to the military version, the M16A2 service rifles, the M4, which was used by a lot of special forces as a bit of a lighter version of an assault rifle. So that is what the Saudis buy from the U.S. military. Now, they also buy guns from the Russians, okay? Let's go to Russian weapons here. So they got German weapons here, right? If you look, they got German weapons, they have Norwegian weapons, they have weapons from Denmark, Austria. For those that don't know, Austria is very big into making weapons as well. Okay, let's check Republic. Okay, so now we're heading into Eastern European style weapons. Now, obviously, these are Czech Republic's versions of AK-47s, but the older version of AK-47s right here. So when the Saudis buy these types of Eastern European weapons, when they buy those kinds of weapons, they use them for their proxies, right? Whether that would be, let's say, Sunni rebel groups around the world. They funded al-Nusra, they funded the FSA, all these rebel groups in Syria. They funded them with those guns. So they give Russian guns to their proxies, and they give American weapons to their own national military. Victory says, did you hear about the big comedians that went to perform in Saudi Arabia a few weeks ago? Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of Bill Burr, I believe, got a lot of scrutiny for that. Endurance asks, are you a spy? Well, here's the thing, right? I think that's a dumb question to ask, because here's the thing. If I was a spy, would I tell you? Would I tell you if I was, right? Would anybody even admit if they are? Unless, of course, they're, fresh melon juice who's, just trying to impress everybody by saying that he's a 14-year-old, 400-pound, 6'8", 7 feet CIA agent, right? You know what I mean? But, yeah, if I was a spy, I would not tell you, my man. All right, anyways.
Definitely Hiluxes, and you can see, like, the gut.
Fresh is our resident spy. Yeah, there it is. There it is, man. But at the same time, I can see and understand why you would ask me that. Endurance, I can understand why you would ask me that, right? I mean, think about it. If you think about it, I am a perfect candidate for, those types of jobs. At least by the appearance alone and just hearing me talk and, how I am and this and that. Yeah, that makes sense that I would be a spy just from, face value alone, right? But here's the reason why I could tell you I'm not a spy. The reason why it would be improbable for me to be a spy. Number one, I stand out in a very prominent way. You can't be a spy if you stand out in a very prominent way. If you saw me walk around, I don't know, some random country in Asia, I'm going to stand out like a sore thumb. If you see me walk around in, an all-white majority European country, I'm going to stand out like a sore thumb, right? Maybe if I'm in other places that, have people that look like me, Mediterranean-looking people, maybe I could blend in the Middle East, maybe I could blend in Italy, maybe I could blend in Romania or parts of, Russia. But other than that, I'm a loud, brash individual. There is no way in heck I would ever be a spy just based on those merits alone. You're right. Now, maybe special forces guy, right? But no, not a spy whatsoever. But yeah, you're right. Our resident spy here is, is fresh melon juice. So, if anybody is a spy here, that's it. He says the AI troll bots will argue with you all day long. Yeah, I wouldn't say, you know what? They're not drones. I'm sorry, they're not trolls. They're not bots, by the way. They're real people, just so you know, right? There's confirmation of that. He says, can I crack? Soup says, can I crack? I don't know what you mean by that. Crack what exactly? Crack jokes? Sure. As long as you keep it clean, but on any regard. All right, here we go. Going back to this.
Gun mounts that are actually set up in the beds of the pickup trucks, but then you also see up-armored vehicles. And what that surveillance footage, or that footage ended up showing, was all...
By the way, why did that dude redact his message when he asked me if I'm a spy? Who is this Endurance guy, by the way? Let's find out who you are. Okay, no subscribers. Okay, well, at least you got a picture of yourself there. All right, strapping looking young lad. All right, so, yeah, shout out to you, Endurance.
All of that crap coming in, it just...
But tell me why you redacted that statement. Are you afraid that now I'm going to track you down and find out who you are? And, probably stop you from revealing my secrets? I don't know.
stacking up and people walking out and going out after.
He says, are you related to the New York mayor? Maybe he's a mole. Am I related to the New York mayor? No, I'm not. I am not related to him. I don't think Zorhan Mamdani is even Arab, is he? I don't think he's an Arab man. I think he's like half... What is he? He's like, I think half Indian, and then... What? Hold on. Let's look up what the nationality is of Mayor Mamdani. He says, are you in the Epstein files? No, I'm not. I probably was not old enough to have been around, you know, during all of that. But yeah. Okay, Mamdani. What is Mamdani's ethnicity? What is his ethnicity? So, okay, he's with Indian parents. He has Indian parents who are Southeast Asian descent. Okay, so there you go. He's not even Arab. He's an Indian, but I don't know. He has a very Arab feature about him, right? You know, he looks like an Arab man. You know, he's lighter than I am, you know, so I don't know what's up with that. Or maybe, you know, his parents are just happen to be, you know, very light Indian people. You know, Randy says he's Somali. He likes them young, though. Who likes them young that you are talking about? Are you talking about Mamdani? But on any regard, okay, let's go back to this.
I tried searching that video that I just had up on the screen. I tried searching to see if that had been produced before, if it existed before. I found nothing on it, and reportedly that's what it is. Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, he does. He does like them young. Yeah, that is true. And people caught up to what he was doing, and therefore he unalived himself as a result. Look, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't buy the idea that someone had him unalived, right? I understand it looks weird because the correctional officer that was guarding him at the time looked like, you know, a ton of bricks. I mean, the dude was hugged up and built like a rock. And you would probably think, oh, yeah, if anybody was going to kill that guy, it would be that CO that looks like he's, you know, freaking, you know, Batista or, you know, Prime John Cena or the Ultimate Warrior or something like that, right? But no, I don't believe that. I think that he was a rich guy who lived a very lavish life. Next thing you know, he's stuck in these four-wall corners, and he doesn't know what to do with himself, so he goes and unalives himself as a result of that.
As they're saying, a bunch of Toyotas, but there is up-armors that are hiding back in there. So I don't know if they up-armored the Toyotas and delivered them that way. I have no idea what the hell they ended up doing.
But yeah, the Toyotas where they have the mounted guns on them, yeah, that's usually what they give to their proxies, right? That's usually what the Saudi Arabians give to their proxies whenever they want to fight a war. So, all right. Randy says, you can't kill a fallen angel. Okay, well, who's a fallen angel? You're talking about Epstein as a fallen angel? I mean, I don't know, man. If that's how you feel about Epstein, you know, maybe you need to be looked at. He says, which president does Jeffrey Epstein look like? Is Epstein, which president does Epstein look like? George Bush, right? George Bush. Am I right? Does he look like George Bush? It says, compare Andrew Jackson to Jeffrey Epstein. Huh, okay. Maybe he's a relative of Jeffrey Epstein. You know who's a relative of Abraham Lincoln is George Clooney. George Clooney is a relative of Abraham Lincoln. You know, and Abraham Lincoln, you know, he's got the same beard as me. You know what I mean? So, you know, it can't be bad. All right, going back to this one. You will never beat the fallen angels. Okay, I don't know what you're on about with fallen angels or this, that, and the other, but yeah.
But that, I mean, that's a thing, man. They delivered all of this crap and bombed it. So the UAE ends up delivering it. Saudi Arabia ends up bombing it. Now, here's the catch. Saudi Arabia told the UAE, whoa, what the heck? What the heck? What in the world is a ghost in my computer again?
He says Lincoln was actually Muslim. I don't know if he was Muslim. He does look like a Muslim, though, obviously, because he has, you know, the beard or everything. And then he was a wrestler on top of it. So, yeah, the guy, you know, definitely, you know, had a Dagestani look to him. He says, do you like Epstein? No, absolutely not, man. Epstein is a horrible human being, and may Allah burn him in hell. That's my stance on that. Do you support Epstein? Not at all. I think Epstein, yeah, so there it is. He says, LOL, just joking. Yeah. Well, yeah, you know, I mean, he looks like one, you know, but we knew he wasn't Muslim. You know, a lot of people in the 1800s. So, peep game, Marty, right? The other day I had to go drop off, you know, homie at, you know, at a bus station, right? You know, it's in downtown Sacramento. And right up there, there's this photo or this painting on the wall in the 1800s of when they first established Sacramento, right? And then I look at all these people in the 1800s, they all had beards very similar to mine. He says, was Epstein actually black? Okay, you are just now trolling. I see where that is going. I know that you are just purposely trolling for the sake of purposely trolling, but all right. So, okay, let's switch gears a little bit, right? Let's go back to the UFC and MMA Joey on this one right here.
Protecting certain guys, they are essentially handpicking WWE champions. That is the reality. And it all comes back to, they were doing it a bit before, but now they got to kick it into overdrive. Now they got to really amp it up and ramp it up because they're like, oh, we're getting paid $25 million per event. We better have some events.
So that's true. What MMA Joey is saying here, right? He's absolutely right about that, right? So before they were like, you know what? Listen, we're going to ramp up you know, our revenues by basically promoting the most popular guys, but at the same time, now we're going to do it even more because guess what? Paramount is paying us $7 million.
That have actual good ratings. At this point, fighters are disposable. If you aren't moving the needle, you're gone. If you aren't exciting enough, you're gone. If you don't have a personality, you don't have Instagram followers, you're gone. We just want guys that we deem as promotable.
No, they want guys that they can do business with, right? But yes, that means that you have to be a very promotable entity to do that.
And they don't even do their fucking job trying to promote these guys anymore. Imagine if they actually promoted a guy like Arman Tsarukyan. There's probably countless other names that I could name where I'm like, oh, if the UFC actually promoted them, imagine how big of a star they actually would be. You have Dana White saying, oh my God, Sean O'Malley's got edgy tattoos and he dyes his hair. This guy's a fucking star. Why do you think Dana White always has a problem with the guys who are undeserving or super deserving of title shots, get skipped over for undeserving guys, but then eventually when they get to...
They did that with, this is historical, you know, accounts of reality, right? They did this with Khabib as well, right? They were going to have Khabib fight Eddie Alvarez, but then they're like, nah, you know what? We'll just have Conor McGregor do it because it's big business, and for the first time ever, we could have a double champion.
Their shot because they're undeniable. Thing is pissed about it and has a problem with, oh, I like Merab now that he lost to Piotr Jan. He didn't like him before because he didn't want him as champion. He beat his little golden hand-picked bitch boy in Sean O'Malley. You can't see a double leg takedown coming in a Merab fight, thinks it's a Tim Welch.
Yeah, he said, I don't really like O'Malley. You know what? Here's the thing about O'Malley, right? Yes, he is marketable, but if you think about it, he's, I would say, one of the top three in that division, right? Maybe even top three in the world at bantamweight, I think, right? But he is also marketable. The thing is, he just can't beat Merab, and quite frankly, I don't think that he could beat Omar. He can beat Peter Yan. He has proven that he can beat Peter Yan. But yeah, man, Sean O'Malley is the ideal champion for this era of Paramount, right? Because and you know what? He has a chance to do it. Man, throw him in there with Peter Yan right now. He could probably beat Peter Yan and become a two-time champion, over skipping Merab, which he can't beat stylistically.
It's always because of that. And now it's going to be exasperated by the fact they have to try to somehow pay back Paramount for the...
Marty says, I don't think that he will beat Peter Yan again. Why? Do you think that Peter Yan has developed into such a fighter that now O'Malley can't, you know, figure him out? He says, yeah, the kids like O'Malley. Yes. If you are under 14 years old, yeah, you would probably like O'Malley. Or if you're one of these YNs... right? Yeah, you would definitely love O'Malley. He's the YN's favorite fighter, you know. And O'Malley also did an appearance at the No Jumper podcast with ADAM22. So, is Trump gay with Epstein? No, I don't think Trump is gay at all. Nor do I think Epstein is gay. Although Epstein was, you know, he was a reputed pedophile at that. So, you know, but not gay though.
the $1.1 billion they're getting per year, $25 million per shitty-ass Apex event. So you're like, oh, who has the most Instagram followers?
He says it was super close, the first fight, and I think O'Malley had shown all of his cards. Yes.
Who's got a viral tweet? Who can, talk a little bit of shit on the mic? That's who we want headlining, because we got to somehow try to pay Paramount back, and we're too lazy to actually do our fucking job. We're just going to mail it in, and that's the reality of the situation. Do you think the UFC...
All right, listen, Goldfish, I'm going to have to erase that comment. You could stay, but I'm going to have to erase that comment. That's just not what, I'm not with all that.
Didn't care before. They're not going to care about fan backlash anymore. What do they care? They used to have to care somewhat, because at least there were some hardcores buying these title fights. So they had to somewhat cater to them a little bit. Now they don't care. Imagine hiring someone to do something, and you essentially pay them $1.1 billion before they even do it. You think their motivation is going to be there? No. Quick and easy money, cut the overhead, let's stay at the apex as much as possible too, which we're going to get to in a second. That is what they're doing. It's all about social media following and clicks, and who can generate ratings as easy as possible without us actually having to do our job. So much so that we're protecting fighters like Paddy Pimblett and Ilia Topuria, but also we're just cutting guys. We're getting rid of guys. We're not re-signing guys who we think could get in the way in the future. We're not
MMA Joey, he says, I will say happy birthday to him. To who exactly?
Ferdinand, indeed.
Okay, now about this, right? Renat Fakhretdinov obviously got released by the UFC while he was undefeated, which is crazy.
Parted ways with the UFC. Basically, they refused to re-sign him. 6-0-1. This guy was an elite level fighter. I'm not saying he was championship caliber. He could have been. 6-0, exciting. The UFC said, nah, we're not going to re-sign you. They don't want a guy like Renat knocking off a future welterweight Paddy Pimblett.
That's a good point. They don't want, a welterweight Paddy Pimblett be knocked off by Renat Fakhretdinov, because he just has a different style that may not be conducive to that of Paramount. Okay, let's go back to ADAM22, and then we're also going back to the UFC Paramount story while also covering the Iran, but we're going to go back to ADAM22 and his beef with his former co-host. Will you say happy birthday to my little brother? His name is Nick. Okay, I'm not going to fall for that, stupid racial innuendos that you were doing. But yeah, shout outs to Nick if you even have a brother that's named Nick. If you're lying about having a brother named Nick who doesn't have a birthday, then I got to be honest with you and tell you that you're going to hell.
You're getting taxed. You see what I'm saying? It's nobody bigger than Uncle Sam out here. And the moment we realize that shit, the moment we realize that we gotta start making more money. Because if you're only making a little bit of dollars and they taking half of that, child support. You're getting taxed on your child support. ain't nobody talking about that shit. Yeah, nigga. Man, I told y'all, look, last night, I was looking at all these fucking bills, and I was sitting here like, oh my God, nigga, shit. I am fucked. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start going through all these bills and line up what I gotta do. You know what I'm saying? That's the most important shit you gotta take care of, man, because you worry about shit in these streets. We gotta worry about these motherfucking, that heat that comes out your household, that hot water that you gotta wash your ass with. You know what I'm saying? That internet, so you can, just the regular necessities, man. But yeah, man, I think OS, man, he dropped the ball on that. Saying God brought him back to break his jaw. I mean, it was good for ratings, but you got track where Ross can't do that shit. Who's to say that they can't keep up that? If OS ever get in trouble, or something happens to Adam, this footage could easily get access to people from the Facebook police. These dudes ain't gonna hold no space. They're like, yeah, here go the footage. That's why I say, man, we gotta be careful how we communicate. Let's go.
All right, so that's a very good point right there, right?
I look at you as a friend.
That's a very good point. If anything happens to ADAM22, this is the guy that's going to be responsible for it, because he's already flat out said what he wanted to do to ADAM22.
I look at that as a friend. I brought that to my neighborhood. I brought it to Vernon Avenue. And I can think it's smiles and faces. My homies, my family, my little ones sad. They crying. They thinking I'm dying. I'm collapsing. I'm gonna go get blood transfusions. Surgery for 5 hours and 30 minutes. And you think it's funny to say? To get up there, you think it's smile? I'm gonna broke his face. Hell no, I'll never go back there.
So he's obviously upset at the fact that ADAM22 is making fun of his, mishap situation, right? Getting his arm blown off at 4th of July. right? So he's not very happy about that, and yeah, as a result, he's expressing his anger towards it. All right, let's continue on.
Damn, man. Hey, can y'all, I can kind of hear the pain in his heart. He's serious as hell. Woo, shit.
You know, and at one point, him and Adam were friends. A part of him does feel, you know, a bit, you know. Pickle says, can you give a shout-out to... No, I'm not giving out a shout-out to your friend Mike. By the way, F your friend Mike. F your brother Nick. And I don't really care what he has going on or what type of disease he has going on. How about that? Real stuff. Can you give me... Yeah, you're an idiot, bro.
Oh, like cheers, mate. I'm keen, mate. I just want to know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he holding on to his thigh right there. Like, man, I hope I can block that hit if he hit me with that motherfucker. Shout out to 4 Extras, cuz he keep it real. Boy, boy's...
Well, thank you for your subscription, Soup. I really appreciate that. However, what I don't appreciate is, you know, foolery, right? I know when somebody's having a serious conversation where they're not... Listen, if you're just trying to banter, it's all good, okay? It's all good, man. Much love to you, man. Much love to you, Soups. Thank you. I really appreciate you nonetheless, okay?
Sometimes keeping it real is dangerous. Let's go.
Because you was just a buster like the rest of these with a sheep over your head, pretending.
He says, are you technically black? No, I'm half Arab and half Pacific Islander, but I do hang out with, you know, the blacks are my homies. You know what I'm saying? I'll say that, right? You know, when it comes to the homie stuff, you know, I definitely, you know, ride black. So I love your channel genuinely, though. You're funny as hell. Thank you, my man. I mean, I don't try to be funny, but if I do come across as funny in any kind of way, then I guess that's a bonus as well.
That's how I feel. So when you watch this, make sure you understand when you watch this what I'm saying. Because I would never, ever, ever talk about that I call.
Look at his hand right here. Look at that. Look at that, man. You know, guys, listen. Next 4th of July, be careful, okay? Do not mess with fireworks that you have no business messing around with. There's a reason why fireworks are illegal. This is why. Look at this. This is why. So, approach in caution.
Or my friend like that. And you think he don't understand what he's saying? He didn't say nothing wrong? You need to go sit down and think to yourself what you said wrong.
There's a template for how white dudes respond back to conflict with street dudes in hip-hop, especially hip-hop media personalities.
Do I play Clash Royale? No, I don't. Is that is that an app game, like a game that you download on your app, or for a system or a PC? Let me know. I would assume it's probably for an app, right, from what I remember seeing, but yeah, let me know.
It usually starts with them getting on bended knees and doing an Indian salute as they apologize for pissing off the street dude and the gang member, right? Because again, when you're white in hip-hop, you kind of have to be submissive for some reason. Like, for example, if 4 Extra would have went off on Rosenberg would have kissed the ground 4 Extra walked on, and said that he apologized for everything his ancestors did for 4 Extra to be in the hood.
Gold Fisherman with the $1 donations. Thank you, Goldfish, my man. Thank you for that, my man. Thank you so much, man. Keep the change, pal. Thank you. I really appreciate that, man. Every dollar counts. So, you know, thank you and big ups to you on that.
That right there is the appropriate response. But Adam decided he was going to take another approach. Instead of apologizing for what his ancestors did 200 years ago, Adam actually did the opposite.
He said instead of apologizing to what his ancestors did, you know, several years ago, that's insane.
He took to his podcast to call out 4 Extra for a fight. He says he wants to fight 4 Extra because 4 Extra lied to him.
Yeah, he wants to fight him after knowing that he had his hand blown off. I mean, listen, look, ADAM22 is who he is, right? There's things that I don't agree with, his lifestyle and this and that. But this hits a new low. You're challenging a man with one arm to a boxing match because you know that you have an advantage. And when he was at his prime, when he was at his best health, you would have never, you know, gone after him. And, you know, that's just weird stuff to me, man. Victory Thank you so much, man, for continuing to whisper to the races. Yes, thank you for that, man. So, okay. Based on that, we go from the street stuff now back to the international crisis known as the Iran uprising. Okay, it's because we do it all over here, right? Streets, geopolitics, and MMA. If there was one live stream that embodies everything that I do, right, it is this live stream right here.
Scared the freaking crap out of me, man. Woo! Now, here's the catch. Here's the catch about all this. Saudi Arabia gave the UAE...
He says, victory one up me. Well, there you go, man. You know, do you care to, you know, show him up? You know what I mean? I would absolutely welcome that if you wish to show him up.
24 hours to pull out. They gave him just 24 hours to get out of there. Now, if they're not out of there in 24 hours, I honestly don't know what's going to end up happening. But it is possible that Saudi ends up going in and not just doing a little bombing campaign, but a sustained, massive one against the UAE. And the reason they're going to do that is because they're working very hard and have worked hard in the past to get rid of the Houthis, working with that recognized government in the north. And if they can't get them out of there...
All right, so to kind of give a little bit of some alliance in the Middle East and the geopolitics side of things, right? As I told you, Saudi Arabia doesn't like the Houthis because they are Shia, right? The Houthis are backed by Iran because Iran is the king of all the Shias in the Middle East and throughout the world, right? Whenever there is a Shia terrorism, right, whether that would be with Hezbollah or maybe even, I know that the Hamas is a Sunni organization, but they have elements of Iranian funding. So, yeah. You know, that is the geopolitics behind it, and that is the reason why Saudi Arabia is helping the United States as a result of all of that. Okay, so we go from that now back to the UFC talk. Okay, so why do they release people like Rinat Fakhretdinov? Let us find out right now.
That's the reality of the situation. They don't want a guy like Rinat getting in the way of guys who they think are promotable. They don't want to have to deal with that anymore. So like, now we're not going to resign you. No, thank you. This isn't about the best fighting the best anymore. How many more guys are going to get cut because they don't, quote unquote, move the needle, because they don't have Instagram followers? Imagine if Tom Brady got cut from the Patriots years ago. They were, oh man, his personality, man. His personality just isn't good enough. We're going to get...
You know what? That's a good point that he made right here with Tom Brady, right? Imagine if they were to let Tom Brady go because he did not, you know, move the needle, right? Like, does that really matter in the world of the NFL or these other sports? I'll tell you, it doesn't matter. You want to know why? Check this out. The reason why it doesn't matter is because these sports already sell themselves. Okay, you are watching the NFL, so you want to know who wins, right? You don't care about the personality of Tom Brady. You don't care about the personality of Michael Vick or all these other people. None of that, you know, is relevant, or none of it really truly matters. But in the UFC, for some reason, it does, right? And it matters for some reason, right? Because it's individually driven. It's an individualized driven sport. Soup says, bro, in my app purchases are off, so I can't donate, King. Okay, yeah, no problem, my man. Okay, so, all right, back to what MMA Joey is saying here.
Get rid of them. That's essentially what they're doing. And you know, it might be funny. There's some people, you know, that hate the Dagestani guys, hate the Muslim fighters. They're going to be like, fuck Rinat, man. I don't care about Rinat. It's going to eventually happen to someone you might like. It's going to happen.
That's right. That's right. You are probably praising this right now. Oh, yeah, Rinat's a boring fighter. Yeah, get these boring Dagestanis out of here. But at the same time, they could do it to your own favorite fighter, right? But who, though? Who would be a fighter like that that is well-liked, but, I don't know. He says, you're so nonchalant. I'm so nonchalant in what way? He says 2 to 3 years in Dagestan and forget. Yes.
And eventually someone you don't like. This is a slippery slope. We're getting rid of undefeated, exciting fighters who have talent, regardless of how good you think they actually are. They have talent, all because Dana White doesn't think he'll help generate ratings. It's a fucking joke. It is an absolute joke. And what makes it even worse is, this is the schedule for 2026. I know this isn't the worst thing ever. February 7th, Apex event. March 14th, Apex event. So in 3 months, we're getting 2 Apex events, which I know, oh, Joey, that's probably not too bad. Dana's been supposed to lead the Apex since 2020. So we're all getting lazy around here. We got to get out of here. We're getting lazy around here.
Okay, so pros and cons about all of this, right? We're going to get more pay-per-view fights, okay, meaning, you know, the numbered events, because look at this. Back-to-back weeks, January 24th, UFC 324, great on the 24 number part. January 31st, 325, great. Have you seen the Epstein Files edits? No, I haven't. February, you got an Apex card, and then, yeah, I think another Apex card. Yeah, there's, wait a minute, hold on. 2 Apex cards, he's right. But then after that, you got UFC London Fight Night, March. They usually are out there in March. So the pros and cons about this, I mean, obviously there's a lot of cons in terms of competitive architecture.
We treat neighbors like...
Okay, just making sure, mic check, 1 2 1 2 there. Okay, just making sure. Okay, good. We're in there. Okay, good. Yes, I was yeah, I'm about to your audio cut and pause. Yeah, because someone tried to call me, right? I'm obviously live streaming this through my phone, but yeah. Okay, so I was saying, yeah, there's going to be a lot of pros and cons about this, right? A lot of pros and cons. But what I will say is that, yes, it will destroy the competitive architecture of the UFC, right? What will emerge out of this? Maybe some of the best fighters in the world will emerge out of other organizations. Maybe for the first time, you're going to see a pound-for-pound #1 in, let's say, Bellator or PFL. That is if, let's say, they are not able to re-sign or sign Usman or Magomedov, or other names that they could have gotten, let's say, that are top prospects. But either way, guys, let's do a little recap before I go, right? We talked about the bombing that is going on in Yemen right now by Saudi Arabia, the uprising that is going on in Iran. We also talked about ADAM22 and his beef with 4 extras. And then we talked about the Paramount deal with the UFC. Is this going to ruin the competitive architecture of the UFC? I will say so. Will it increase the growth of the UFC in terms of mass casual fans that are going to be flocking in? Yes, that is the name of the game. That's really what it is. And quite frankly, at this point right now, the UFC could care less whether they have the best fighters or not. That is all that I have for this one. I want to thank everybody who has tapped into this epic long live stream that I did, and the patience a lot of you have been given throughout all the time, and also the donations that were given my way. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. I'm going to do a little Ferris Bueller thing like, you guys are still here? Oh my goodness, you guys are still here? Go on. All right, I'll see you guys in the next one. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.